Sphincter says what? Sphincter says what? Good morrow, everyone. Good morrow.
Stream Elements says, Scorpwana is now live. Streaming Star Trek Online. Star Trek Online. Set course for the center of that sun, September 3rd, 2022.
Not responsibility. Bullshit. Okay. Fleet bullshit. All that is. We can't go on together with auspicious means. Auspicious means. Like an old friend I know, shove it up your nose. Stop by to say hello. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Gravy. Mucus my ass. We can go on together with auspicious means. And we can build Gilmore Girls theme. Yeah, let's get copyright claimed. Disable all commands. Price Horn Biot. Hello, Core Ag. And Ox Nix. Ox. More, my. Loving you the way I do, I only wanna make it through. And I would go to the ends of the earth, oh darling.
Just Call McCoy says,
what you're worth.
You wouldn't get copyright claimed if you did that thing where you can separate copyrighted audio from VODs.
Where you lead,
OXNYX053 says, so got the rebounder tonight. Not really impressed.
Rebounder. I don't know how to separate that stuff from that thing. Anywhere that you tell me to, if you need me to be with you, I will follow. I always wanted a real home with flowers on the windowsill. But if you want to live in New York City, honey, you know that I will. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. It's all I got now.
Just Call McCoy says, you educate yourself with that video I posted some weeks ago.
I want to be educated. I'm dumb. I can't learn shit. I'm what you call retarded. I am the retard. Plus, besides, that's what makes these things so interesting, is the sounds and stuff. I can't help it that YouTube has a problem with that bullshit. Hell, it's going to get to the point where you can't even use the word "the" anymore. Someone's going to copyright claim that bullshit. You said the word "the." Ooh. Can't even use the word spatula. Somebody come in the store looking for a spatula. I'm like, okay, you're the back here. And you look, it says Turner. You're like, what? Turner? The fuck? Whatever happened to spatula? What is a spatula? Tong, 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 tongs. Citrus and scandalous. Gotta get back to the past, Samurai Jack.
OXNYX053 says, V was a mini-series in the 90s or late 80s. V sounds like D. Congratulations, you get an audio strike.
Yeah, I remember V, the miniseries, and I remember I didn't watch a lot of it because, you know, still young and stuff, but I remember it. And I also remember that I think was it NBC that tried to come back out with it with what's her name from Firefly / Deadpool / Gotham. I can't remember her name. She's married to what's his face that played James Gordon on Gotham. She was Deadpool's fiancée in Deadpool. Arena something, is it? Yeah, she was in that V remake that didn't last too long on, I think, NBC. NBC. They was reptilian peoples that had human skin.
Murdoch says, fuck ESPN, the fact they don't provide an all ESPN channels package available for online streaming means they are dirty TV whores.
Yeah.
ESPN Plus is shit, it's literally the extra sports trash nobody cares about. But they think only content is trash compared to TV. Half the world thinks otherwise.
ESPN, you heard it
Just
first.
Call McCower says, how do we get some of these mods? You have too many. Just Call McCower says, rid of some of these asterisk.
Rid of these? Who am I to disagree? Mods? Moderators?
Murdoch says, I am trying to watch the US Open.
Oh my god, they're gonna be sore out of luck because the US is closed.
Murdoch says, I found a site online called Fotnet24.
Once less. I don't know how we get rid of these.
Murdoch says, it's some underground feed lol.
And there's some way to like tie in something to YouTube to watch
Murdoch says,
whatever.
Probably getting viruses watching it.
Nah. Certain protocol thing you can take before where you can watch like certain things through the VLC media player. I forget how that worked. I did it once. You can watch like anything.
OXNYX053 says, that a good use for a Chromebook then.
What would Brian Boitano do if he were here right now? I'm sure he'd kick an ass or two. That's what Brian Boitano do. Why would we need to get rid of some of the mods? They're not abusing any of the powers. Nobody actually mods anything unless a bot comes around or some crazy person that doesn't make sense. That sounds like a bot. Something like that. I don't know. When I first started out on the streaming thing, I never like modded anybody that.
Just Call McCower says, because I am lonely.
You're so lonely. Why are you lonely? I am too. I'm so lonely that I don't need anybody. I'm to the point. I'm numb. I was told that today. Somebody asked me, you know, talking about like
Just Call
my
McCower
grandmother.
says, everyone has a sword and all I have is this dumb battery. OXNYX053 says, and now for AFK combat.
You charge the batteries with your battery sword. A board. But someone, coworker, asked me how, like, you know, she says, everybody's been asking how your mom's doing during all this stuff or whatever. How are you doing? And I said, well, I'm here. So I guess I'm just numb because I'm not really feeling much of anything. It's usually how I am anyway about everything. Num 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 num. I mean, what the hell am I gonna do? People call me emotionless.
Just Call Makover says, I don't know what this stuff is. I am out of the loop.
My grandmother passed away a few nights ago.
OXNYX053 says, to be fair, I am spamming F to pick up stuff.
She had started having vascular dementia, and then started having like actual symptoms of dementia, the forgetfulness and all that kind of stuff. Whenever my papa / grandfather was dying of heart failure, and after he died, they put her in a memory ward facility, and she was getting worse and worse, and then started like falling down and hitting her head on things and stuff, you know, when she fall. And they saw that she had a brain bleed, and they didn't they didn't know what really caused the bleed. They thought maybe it was just happening.
OXNYX053 says, Vast DYM with it without COPD.
Yes, she didn't smoke or anything like that. She great breathing and everything, just vascular dementia, they called it. And which doesn't make any sense in one way. Anyway, she just kept getting worse, you know, like having dizzy spells and falling down more and hitting her head more. And they looked at one doctor did like MRIs and all that kind of stuff, or whatever. Saw there was blood in the brains, or in the, you know, with the brain. So they put a hose in her head and drained it out and gave her some platelets, you know, to help, because they found out that her blood was extra thin, like it wasn't producing enough platelets. The count was below the average count that is supposed to be like healthy, you know. So she started doing better, you know, her usual confused self because of the dementia. And then she fell again, and they found that she was bleeding in the brain, and it was real thin, and platelets and all that again. And then she wasn't waking up after this one or whatever, because they said the brain was sloshing around, or the blood was sloshing around in her head, because it goes up and back down, you know. And she wasn't waking up. So they decided to not give her any more platelets, because that was just a little workaround, because it's gonna continue to happen. They can't keep feeding her platelets and draining her blood out of her head. So they put her in they had her laying there or whatever, and just seeing if she'd get better. And she just opened her eyes a little bit, and then, you know, not say anything, no words or nothing like that, maybe mumble or something. And then they put her in hospice care, and dehydrated her until she died. Because I didn't know that's what they did with people like that they think is terminal. They just dehydrate them until they die. Supposedly it's a peaceful way to go. So that's what's been going on lately. And my mom posted it on Facebook about her like getting her wings or whatever, you know, all that bullshit. And my sister posted it, so now like the people at work knew that it had happened, or that my grandmother died. So they look at me and they're like, "How are you doing? How's your mom and all that?" I'm like, she's doing what she's doing. She's, you know, she's there. I mean, I don't know. Tell you.
OXNYX053 says, this is essentially what my mom died of out of hospice. Non-cigarette smoker, no real drinking, but severe myasthenia gravis. Just Call Makover says, my dad died in 2019 and at the time I didn't care. I still don't care.
Ouch. So what is myasthenia? Asthenia gravis. Myasthenia gravis. What I don't understand is though, like, if you have vascular dementia, that means blood flow is not going to your brain to oxygenate correctly, so therefore it causes like dementia type stuff to happen. That's like when you have like, you know,
OXNYX053 says, fancy way of saying past bedridden.
past bedridden. Oh, like just severely there. Couldn't do anything, almost like comatose in a way, but maybe a little bit of function. But if you know, if her blood was like real thin, like the platelet count being really really bad, but she did have cancer. It was breast cancer like 10, 15 years ago. And she took chemotherapy, you know, they took out nodes and stuff of that nature. And I was reading up that can cause a lot of like blood platelet disorders later on in life. But her bone marrow was not producing the blood platelets anymore. So they just said it's just to not be a burden, just put her in hospice and I guess let her go or whatever. I don't know actually. But I told you, like, they asked me like how I'm doing. I'm like, well, I'm just doing what I'm doing. I mean, I'm not gonna. Yeah, there's loss and sorrow and stuff, but what do you know? I'm kind of just numb to the whole thing. I mean, I've had so much happen in my lifetime already that I'm like, here we go again.
Says, what I'm watching right now, https://fotnet24.com/supersport_tennis_live423/.
It kind of gets old with the whole like people you know and like even animals and stuff like that. Just something all the time. Life sucks. But it hadn't really hit me much. I'm sure funeral/viewing will. My mom's kind of pissed off at her sister because the funeral home wanted her to, or wanted my sister. I mean, not my sister. My mom and her sister and their brother.
OXNYX053 says, blood issues, pressure, blockages, or viscosity, composition, are all valid reasons for VDIM.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what caused what on that, but it's still kind of sketchy in my opinion. So many doctors kept saying she didn't have dementia and whatnot, and clearly she did. She thought her husband was still alive and didn't recognize her own kids, you know, and don't even know she had grandchildren anymore. But my mom was kind of ticked off at her sister because the funeral home wanted to...
Just Call McCower says, with COVID happening and people showing their true colors on how they don't give a damn about transmitting a deadly virus, I myself have hardened my heart and could care less if people die. It might be a shitty thing to say, but this is the times we live in now.
Yeah, stuff like that, you know. That kind of... The true colors of people, I saw a lot of that too. Like, people not giving a shit if they spread stuff around to people. It was just... I've seen a lot of truth out of a lot of people ever since I started working in retail. But the funeral home wants pictures so they can do a slideshow like thing during the viewing. Well, years ago, after my papa/grandfather died, they were selling their house, you know, like my mom, my sister, my mom, her sister, and their brother were like gonna sell the house, put their mother in that memory ward or whatever. It was gonna be a care facility first, then they moved her to the memory ward. But there was a picture album that my mom's sister wanted to keep or whatever because she was the oldest or whatever of the kids or some shit. So she took it to her house. Well, she has my cousin who's a drug head that lives there with her that's always stealing shit and money and borrowing the car, burning up shit or whatever, did that to my grandmother too, just constant pain in the ass grandchild. And then actual child had kids. Those kids, one of them got pregnant at 13. It's just a big mess. There's like people all over there just trashing their house all the time. Well, the
OXNYX053 says, we waited 2 years for our service. Had to wait for my youngest to be vaccinated as it was a race between her becoming 5 and there being a vaccine for 4-year-olds.
Yeah, I remember that that happened not too long ago for you. Yeah. Well, they wanted like pictures, so my mom has a few, and my aunt said that she was going to look for the like in the picture album or whatever like that to get pictures for it. Well, here it is. Like they're going to have the service like on Tuesday because it's Memorial, or not Memorial, frickin' Labor Day, and there's no funerals on Labor Day, so don't plan to die and then have to have a funeral around this time of year, I guess. So they're asking, hey, have this available to us by Monday at the latest. Well, my aunt decided today she was going to look for this photo album, and she can't find it. After already knowing for like a few days now that they were going to have to prepare for this, even before that, they had talked about it like a month ago, that they should have been preparing for their mother's funeral. My aunt just lollygagged around. So there you go. And my mom's like, well, I guess all these just few pictures I have are going to have to work. She's stressing out. Got rheumatoid arthritis. She don't need stress. Her sister doesn't understand it. My mom's like driving like an hour and a half nearly every day to go take care of business at where they're going to have the funeral and stuff. And that's like she was doing that anyway. Like visiting her mom at the memory ward. Like I have to drive an hour to an hour and a half to get there and then back every day. And even sitting at the hospice place for like, she'd leave here at like 6 o'clock in the morning and wouldn't get home until 6 in the evening because she was having to stay there. And my mom's brother, who's a preacher, he and his wife decided that they were going to move to Florida.
OXNYX053 says, and your aunt will assume it is your mom's fault she can't come up with the photo album.
Yeah. My mom was asking her about it, and my aunt was saying that she didn't take that. And then my mom was telling them, like, my aunt, that even, like, their brother was there, and he was like, yeah, you said you were going to take that with you. And what we think may have happened is, since the daughter is a drug head of my aunt, she may have pawned the thing, who knows. She's one of those crack rock types, They were always like, see, it was kind of rough for my grandparents. They raised their great grandchildren.
Just Call Nicole says, that would be your first cousin.
Yeah. Well, we all think of her as just an outcast of the family. Even my cousin, who's her sister, doesn't want anything to do with her, kind of situation. But my grandparents raised their great grandkids, and sets of them too. Raised them up, spoiled them like crazy. That's where one of them was 13 and got pregnant by some dude down the road, kind of thing. One of them got like ran over in front of their house in the highway and died, and that they think that's what kind of sparked a lot of the downfall of my grandparents, like dying and like grief and whatnot, and the dementia and all that stuff, or the sheer stress of someone who's like 80 years old taking care of kids who are like 3 to 13, even 14ish or whatever like that. And there's like, see, at the time there were 4 great grandchildren living there with 80 something year olds being, and not being able to watch them because they can barely get around themselves, stressing them out,
Just Call Makora says, 80-year-olds shouldn't be taking care of anyone.
Exactly. But that's how it was. I mean, my aunt lived next door to her parents, and her kids would go like next door to their grandmother's house, who's the same grandmother that I have, that's passed away now, and they would stay over there, bum money off of her, um, all sorts of things like that, like just take advantage, like super advantage. I mean, sure, like whenever you visit your grandparents or something when you're a kid, or stuff like that, they'll take you to a store, you get like a little toy or some shit like that. But they continued this, and I'm not talking about like borrowing small stuff. They take a blank check or the whole checkbook or the debit card. And my other cousin, she'd go to town and keep her card for like maybe a week, not car, but card, debit card. And my grandfather would always get pissed off about it, and stressed him out so much, and then boom, he gets heart failure, and passes away. And they were afraid that my cousin was going to move in and take advantage of our grandmother, but she got dementia, or more of it, and so that's when they moved her. But it's always been that way. It's like even my my other cousin, who is the sister, I mean, she even lived there with our grandparents for several years with her kids, Like they raised those, and we barely got a chance to see them. Like I'd go over there every once in a while, and it's like my grandmother would always look at me like I was a stranger. This is before she got diagnosed with dementia, years and years before. I was just this other person that would show up. She knew who I was. I mean, she knew that I was her grandson, but she never did the whole like tell you she loved you thing. I don't think she even told my mom that. I think my mom was actually talking about that one day. She said she never once heard her mother tell her that she loved her. They have found out, like, since the dementia, that my grandmother did not even want kids, hated the fact she had kids. She only got pregnant because my grandfather wanted a boy, just to carry on the name. So my mom's always had this joke about if the firstborn, who was my mom's sister, had been a boy, then my mom would have never been born. I would not exist. Of course, that wouldn't be a bad thing for me not to exist. But it's just they've always been taken care of.
People like to act all big and bad and act like death isn't scary, but I am terrified of death.
Yeah.
The idea that I will cease to exist terrifies the hell out of me.
Yeah, it's a scary thing. And you have all these like little ideas and religions and stuff about like living and this and coming back or whatever, but nobody knows. Not until you die, I guess. I mean, I guess I've come close once, but I didn't see a shit. Blackness. It's mostly like your brain shuts down and then reboots itself, and that's what it is. Unless it's beyond that. I never was forced to go to like church or anything or any stuff like that, so I'm uneducated as far as like actually believing in things. I believe more that aliens, more so than like angels type situation. That they're probably like one and the same. Who knows? But I sure hell don't. But I do believe that it's possible for like a type of reincarnation type scenario. There's just too much evidence to back up reincarnation. But it makes some sense. I mean, like, let's say if like when you're born, you become this persona of who you are. And say the soul kind of just sits back and watches. Like, watch you live out your life. It observes how you're doing and whatnot like that. But when you die, you die. And the soul just jumps out of you, wanders around a little bit, and goes into the next person. Like a Goa'uld from Stargate. I mean...
Just Call Makora says, aliens totally exist in some form or shape. The universe is way too vast for them not to. We will just never cross paths with any.
Yeah, and that's what's sad, right? I'd love to see that shit. Maybe in our superhuman far future, yes, you know, bound to happen maybe in 1 in a billion type scenario. But us in our lifetime probably know it all. Nah, not at all. Or according to the Blue Book, they're all here and we see them every day. Who knows what to believe anymore about shit? String theory, simulations, and all that. But, oh, and remote viewing, you know, that's a good subject. I love that shit. There's a lot of evidence to support that, too. And that would be like your mind just coming out. But like, you know, say someone is born and they are this person, they are this persona, and then all of a sudden they have an accident. They get amnesia, they forget who they are, their habits change, they become someone else. Would you say that who they were is gone, is dead? You know, that person no longer exists. The new person has taken over. It's kind of like being reborn into a different person or whatever. Like multiple personality type shit. And that's what's kind of scary. Like the whole fact that we're just imprinted as like who we are. And then it would just take nothing but head trauma to bam, you're somebody else now. Everything you believed in would be backwards. Things that you didn't do, you would start doing. You know, pick up like different habits or whatever. Like maybe you didn't, you know, maybe you didn't like, you know, take out the trash a certain way. Now you take it out a different way. You're like, maybe you can play the piano now when you never could, and kind of shit. You know, it's all in the brain. It's all in the head. And then you have that whole belief of soul leveling type shit. It's just so much that we don't know about anything, really. We just assume we know what everything means and have answers to shit, but we don't.
Just Call Makor says, yes, even if reincarnation is true, you are never truly reincarnation. You have no recollection of your past lives, and those past lives do not influence your current life.
Exactly, yeah. You're totally somebody else. Maybe some bleed through. Like, you know, you always hear about those kids that say that, you know, they have these memories and stuff of stuff happening, and then the parent would research it and find out that the kid was telling the truth, having not known anything previous about it. And it makes me think of that movie with what was it, Robert Downey Jr. when he was young, and the guy that was in Stargate.
Arcanoloth says,
What is it?
at Just Call Makor, I felt bad for Colin Powell. He was immunocompromised, so the vaccine didn't take. Random mega hats. Yet I don't care.
What was that guy? He was in Stargate universe. He's the senator guy at the beginning in the first episode that dies. He was in that movie with Sybil Shepherd was also in that movie. But it's like that guy dies, goes to heaven to be reincarnated or whatever, but they forget to inject him with the memory thing to wipe his memory to make him like a flat blank slate again, and he gets reborn and starts to have memories of his previous life. And that's a very interesting thing. Like, you know,
Murdoch says, they had to put him on the anal prompter to remove the evil juices, but it got the best of him.
The evil juices. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's different too. I didn't go see my grandmother when she was in the memory ward thing, because I was always working or whatever, and I tell my mom, say, hey, I'm off tomorrow, are you going? Do you want me to go with you? And stuff like that. She goes, no, I'm not going down there today or whatever. I'm like, okay. And then she was like, you really need to go down there and see her. And I'm like, okay, well, if I ever get a day off to do that, and then I'd be ready to do it or whatever, and then oversleep or some shit like that and be too late to go anywhere. That's excuses, though. But then you know, they had the whole COVID thing happen, so you couldn't visit, and they had restrictions for visiting places, and so you couldn't really get in. And then they'd have them like where they were positive for COVID in the area and whatnot. So these past few years, I just have not seen her. I jump back and forth between stuff that I'm talking about. It's all right. It's all good. And those that work are like, you know, just thinking that I have no emotions whatsoever. Just the fact that I just don't want to like air my feelings like everybody else. I can hold it back. I can control it like a Vulcan, whatever. Out of sight, out of mind type shit. That's why I told the one today that I worked with. She says, "How are you doing with all this?" And I said, "I'm just numb. You know, I got broke like several times already in my head with how things are and in like just the world in general. That it's like I'm not phased by a lot of it." I'd like to know answers to things though.
Murdoch
Like real
says,
stuff.
watch more tennis.
Hey, watch more tennis.
OXNYX053 says, people confuse having no emotions with being overspent on emotions.
Yeah, I mean, like, I got to the point where, like, okay, we had, you know, we've had several animals over the years, and they'd pass, and I'd cry about it, you know, and stuff because they're family, you know. And when my sister's dog died, it was like on my watch. It was on at my birthday exactly, and it hit me hard, you know, to where I was out there like crying over a grave every single night I got home from work, and just, and then like, you know, shortly after that, my dad passed, and then after that, my grandfather passed, you know, and or no, it was grandfather then father. No, it's some order I can't remember anymore. But I just was like, I am done with this shit. That's just too much at once. Can't handle that. And the worst thing to do is like when someone asks you, "How are you doing?" You know. And there was like several people that I knew like whenever I was working at the other Dollar General, and you know you'd see these people, then like the next time you don't see them, they're gone. You're like, "What happened? They died." You're like, "Well, what the fuck when?" And then somebody that worked with us, her fiance, you know, he had gotten like electrocuted. He was a lineman, and he went up to I think it was Oklahoma. It was during a winter freeze up there, and stepped on a frozen line that or a frozen area.
OXNYX053 says, I get it. Of me, my brother, and my fater, I am the least affected by my mom's death. But I've been trying to get them to acknowledge that she's had some dementia for over a decade. Murdoch says, play more tennis to live longer. Murdoch says, stay away from dangerous things.
40 love. 30 love. 15 love. I forget the rules and shit. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you kind of if you it's I guess it's different. Like, if someone just suddenly passes.
OXNYX053 says, see, I played golf.
You know, like if you expect it to happen and you know it's going to happen, it's like, it's not that it doesn't hit you. It just doesn't hit you as hard as it would if it was unexpected. You know.
OXNYX053 says, golf, a great walk spoiled.
By whispering announcers. Bet you Billy Mays would never really be an announcer at golf. Could you imagine that? Billy Mays, the golf announcer. Damn it. I just made myself laugh. Yeah. Damn, I'm gonna have to feed into the fleet thing. I mean, the reputation thing. I mean, in our family, for some damn reason, I mean, there's all these medical problems and shit, so I've decided I'm not gonna spread that shit to anybody. So I'm never gonna have kids, never gonna have a family. It's gonna be this little dumb fucker that dies or whatever. I don't know. Nobody will be at my funeral. I won't have one. They won't find the body. I don't know. Ooh, a thunder. Dude, it is like lightning, if the sky lightning stuff, you know? So beautiful tonight. Sosie was outside smoking because she smokes whenever she's, you know, at certain times of night. And I just walk out there and just watch the sky. And now it's thundering. That's nice. I love thunder. Just don't knock out my power, damn it. You know, but yeah. Another thing that like ticks my mom off about her sister is here lately, my mom's wanted to. There's old video recording because my grandfather, he recorded every damn thing when he had a camcorder back in the day, and this is like when my mom was maybe like 4, 5, 6ish or something like that, and that's like the mid 60s or whatever, like early 60s. And he had like a camcorder, of course, the ones without sound, you know, and they were in color. And he loved to record everything, and like he has maybe hundreds of whenever he'd go deer hunting at some place or something like that, and he'd be like talking about it, and he'd put these reel-to-reels up and pull down the silver screen thing in their front in their living room, and he'd play this whole thing for like what seemed like hours, talking about that's a deer I got so and so at somewhere where like that. Well, oh, what's his name's over there doing, you know, and we're like, yeah, okay. And then we watched like other things, but he recorded everything. And one of the things he wanted to do before he died, he asked me. He said, "Could you come over, like I need you to come over like a week or whatever like that, and stay here, and I want to get those tapes out and record some audio about what's going on through there, because he said whenever I die and everybody watches these things, they're not going to know what's going on in there, so I need to talk about what's going on." And I said, yeah, that's a good idea, a commentary track, you know, because all they would do, like, if you had, ooh, that was a nice one. If you had a one of those the old, you know, reels that you'd play and whatever, all you hear is a little tick, 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 you know, if you're sitting next to it. But whenever they would move them over to VHS, they would just put some sort of random music, you know, like you know, and you're like, okay, this is kind of wonky. So he wanted an audio commentary track, and I thought that's a cool idea. And then he died. So I never went down there and recorded it. So I was like, well, shit. And that made me feel like crap even more. But there's nothing like record shit all the time. He'd love that shit. He loved airplanes and stuff too. So he'd be like recording a softball game, since I didn't play baseball because of my allergies and not being a sports person and all that. I was a disappointment. So, you know, throw me away and get the next grandkid up for bat, you know. But my cousin did. She played like fast pitch softball and all that, you know. She's pretty much the same age as I am. And he'd go like
OXNYX053 says, "Great. Now I have Benny Hill theme music over deer hunting stuck in my head."
But he'd go to like the ball games and stuff, you know, like with normal camcorder back, you know, the ones over your shoulder, you know, because they gradually got smaller over time, and it'd be near an Air Force base that's around here, near around here, Shreveport, Louisiana. You can probably figure it out. And he'd, like, as soon as, like, my cousin would get up to bat or something, a big old plane would go overhead, and he'd get that camera on that plane first. And he'd watch that plane with the whole thing, and you'd hear everybody screaming about the play in the background. You see, like, you know, he loved the sports and stuff, but he loved and watching planes. But, anyway, whenever they were cleaning out my grandparents' house, my aunt took those tapes as too, you know. And my aunt asked my mom if I could put those over to make them digital, like on a DVD and all that. And my mom said, "Yeah, we still have that thing from back when we made whatever before." And my aunt said, "Okay, well, I'm gonna look for those tapes and find them." She goes, "Where are those tapes? Do you have them?" She asked my mom this. My mom's like, "No, you said you were gonna take them home because you wanted to watch them." Then my aunt says, "Well, I don't even have a VCR because they're VHS tape." So she can't find those either because she was gonna try to look back on some of that and probably try to get some screenshots or something from the videotapes. Well, you know. Oh, the storm has woke up the house. That's great. And my uncle, who's the preacher, he like threw all sorts of shit away whenever they cleaned out their house, my grandparents' house. There was these old computers and stuff. He just buried them out in the backyard. Didn't know what to do. He asked me what to do with them. I was like, I don't know. I mean, I'd have to be there to see what they are. They think of me as like a tech guru type, so they always ask me questions about shit. One of the first things that, after my grandfather had passed away, my uncle got all his the video cameras that my grandfather had, and he told me he wanted me to look at them to see if they were worth anything on eBay, and if so, we could sell them on there and make some money off of them. I'm like, but your dad just died, man. My grandfather just died, and you're thinking about money right now? The hell? That's kind of how he is, though. I mean, even like with my grandmother in this memory ward care before she passed, they were gonna move her to a different one because she got up and fell and nobody was around to take care to watch for her and stuff like that. So they're thinking negligence on the memory place or whatever. So they were gonna move her to a different one. But my uncle was like, well, it costs so much more to do that. So, we'd have to find a cheaper one somewhere. And my mom was like, this is our mother. I mean, it doesn't it's coming out of her, Social Security, whatever pay that she worked at a courthouse or something. So she had, she would get a certain amount of money after she retired. And she was still getting it. So that was taking care of where she was at. But my uncle didn't like the idea that it was costing so much, so he was trying to always find some sort of cheaper thing because if his mama dies, the more money he gets, you see. That's kind of how his thinking is, we're thinking, But, and he's a preacher. I guess they're all not like that, but he is. I mean, he's one of those that,
Murdoch says, that's my father, a fucking asshole.
Case in point, there was just one time that my uncle...
Murdoch says, he went so far as to help with the deaths of both my grandparents.
Oh, so he can get more out of them if they... Yeah, see? Stuff like that. It's crazy.
Murdoch says, the idea that let's send M to heaven and save some money.
That is so fucked up. That is just something else, isn't it? Oh, damn it. I don't want to do that yet. But whenever he was with a church or whatever here, back in the early 90s, in this area that I'm at, not exactly where I am, but he saw that there was this guy selling a car or whatever at his house, and they stopped there that day, and he talked to the guy, and he was talking about how the church would really probably appreciate having a vehicle, to drive around in and all that kind of stuff, and for the church, and It was a pretty good vehicle, so the guy was like, I'll tell you what, I'll donate it to your church. So he donates it to the church. A month later, my uncle sold it for money. For the church, quote unquote. I also had like a little, I don't know if you call it a three-wheeler. I call it a three-wheeler. I don't know if it's like an ATV with 3 wheels. Maybe that makes sense to people. But I had one that was in decent working order. And this is back in like maybe the early 90s, around the same time. My uncle had found one at like a junkyard or something. Or was given to him. And he needed a part to make it work.
OXNYX053 says, the From had a single wheel? OXNYX053
front,
says,
yeah.
asterisk front.
Yeah, ATV with only 3 wheels, so it's 1 wheel in front. They call them 3-wheelers around here. I don't know what you call them out in the real world because, you know, I'm from the South, so we have words that other people don't have around here. But he needed a part to make it run because he said he was going to like get it running for his little boy, my cousin. And he borrowed the part and sold the thing for money. He did a Mr. Haney. My mom was so pissed. I mean, this is the same uncle that he went with his wife, his son, and his daughter to the Ukraine to help out back in the 80s, early 90s. It was about the same time then. And while he was over there, the interpreter lady that was helping him, they both hooked up together, and that's why I have a half Ukrainian or a Ukrainian cousin that's never met us before. You know, he's a preacher. Yeah. That's why I also have another cousin in Texas that doesn't know about us either. He's a preacher. His wife divorced him like not too long after that. Maybe you know, a few years after she found out. Or maybe within that year, I can't remember. But he married somebody else.
OXNYX053 says, spreading the seed is God's work.
Right? I had a picture of that cousin
Arcanoloth says, raining here. Storm passed earlier, going to rain all weekend. Made a quick beer run, now I'm in for the night.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to storm here.
Arcanoloth says, yo, I hear those Ukrainian brides are on sale RN.
Right. Thing too, like my uncle would have like some sort of recorded home movies or whatever from their time in the Ukraine, and you can see like the interpreter lady there, and you're like, okay, so that's who it is. But my cousin, who's my uncle's daughter, she found out about it. You know, I don't know how. I never asked any of the questions, and she found the girl on Facebook.
OXNYX053 says, wife doesn't want a sister wife, so I've got to pass.
Doesn't want a sister wife. Like that whole cult thing, mother and father. Father says we're not supposed to go out in the daytime. But it's a screwed up thing, and I don't even think my grandparents even knew that they had other grandchildren.
OXNYX053 says, at a guess, your uncle talks in his sleep.
I don't know, but my cousin found out, and she found the girl on Facebook and reached out and all that kind of stuff, and I don't know what happened after all that, really, to tell you the truth. But yeah. It got to the point, like, every time that we'd have, like, a family gathering type thing, like Thanksgiving or Christmas, and my uncle was around, we would always, like, bow our heads first, and he'd do, like, a little, you know, prayer and all that kind of stuff. And then, like, there for a while, we didn't. He'd come and we just start eating. It's like, what's going on? I thought we did this whole prayer thing first. What's going on? And we don't do it now. Thinking, what kind of commandment you done broke? You know, but you still with the church, though. He's still preaching the word, as long as you pay him enough. I don't know what it's like a money scheme or some shit, I guess. I don't know. He's one of those non-denomination people, whatever that is. I never asked what that meant. I never looked it up either, I don't think. My aunt's all up in the religion and stuff like that, and thinks that I'm like one of those evil children out there just because, you know, I don't take advantage of my mom like like her daughter does to her. My aunt's been through a lot too. Her husband passed away like maybe 6 months ago. He was from Vermont. So she naturally, like, whenever he passed, she got what money he made out of, he was like a firefighter guy. And so she got what money he got out of that. She sold his truck, got the money for that. And then her daughter found out that her mama had some money. So, long story short, let's go move in with mama and live in a shed in the backyard. Yeah. I don't know. We're not expecting my that cousin to be there. Maybe for the funeral, but definitely not gonna like after or whatever. I had to tell my new manager now that I needed to be off on Tuesday because that's when they're gonna have the funeral, and I could just detect the eye roll, you know, because we're going through a stressful time at work. And she said maybe I can be off too that day before my funeral. I'm like, okay. I don't know how to take that. Is that being sarcastic or being funny? I don't know. Oh, they already got it. Okay. And I've been thinking, like, what's my mom gonna do now? Because usually, like, 3 or 4 times a week, that's when she'd go see her mom at the memory care thing, and or the hospital or something like that. And now she's not. So is she gonna like try to find something else to do? She stays pretty busy though. Looks into that whole QAnon thing though. Has that what is that thing she has on her computer that's always popping up little notifications of bullshit? Ah, damn it. She wanted me to install it and I said no.
OXNYX053 says, okay, AFK for a short bit.
Ooh, thunder.
OXNYX053 says, Facebook.
Probably Facebook. We're not those kind of people that like post crap on it, you know? Like you get those random people out there that say, they don't tell you why. They'll just say, please send prayers or whatever, and everybody's like, praying for you, praying. You know, we don't do that. I don't even use Facebook. I mean, I have it, but I don't like get on it or anything. I check it for work, and that's about it. Let's see. So I can already like tell the tension at work since I'm going to have to be off to go to a funeral. So I don't want to bring up the whole bereavement policy because I'm afraid that'll cause more of an issue. Because there's a certain thing like, you know, throughout, like even my dad, whenever he passed, they allowed me like, was it 3 days to get over it? Yeah, just like snap your fingers. Let's get over a parent's death so easily. But it's something like if it's like a grandparent or if it's like a cousin type situation or whatever, they
OXNYX053 says, I am letting myself get a Facebook account when I turn 50.
Ah, is that when it officially starts? Is that when you start using the word "the" in front of stuff? The Walmart. Gonna go to the store. They got the AIDS, you know. They got the diabetes.
OXNYX053 says, also, will just suddenly go away. Kiddo likes changing into her PJs without her dad watching her.
Gotcha. I mean, you know, I'm just here to fill time for people.
OXNYX053 says, saying the and pluralizing everything.
Yes, exactly. With the S at the end of it. Walmarts. Gonna go to the Searses. Gonna go to the KFCs. Grocery stores. Start talking like Sean Connery. What was that Bee Gees guy, right? That did that?
OXNYX053 says, going to the Wendy's to get myself the combos. Need to stop at the Shell and get the gases.
Right? Oh, dude, did I even like, do I have any of those? I totally got off there. 11. 0, so no, I need to make some more somewhere. The gases. I'm soon gonna need to get myself a smartphone. Not looking forward to that at all. Or something of that nature. Maybe a dumb phone that's got that ability. I don't know. I need to build a computer, damn it. I need this pain to go away. And we need Tom Cruise to come out of the closet.
OXNYX053 says, almost bought a laptop today.
Really? Where? Online or like an actual store? That is tempting. You have no idea how bad I have to not go to electronic department in places. If they have one. Refuse to go to electronic stores because I'm afraid I'd buy shit. That's why I shop at Dollar General, where I know the electronics there suck ass. I talked somebody today out of buying sandpaper.
Arcanoloth says, I recall when it was the Facebook and you have to have a uni email.
That's right. Yeah, back in the day, you used to have like a university, college email address. That's right. Hell, you had to like for a lot of things back in the day. Then that kind of back in the day. Like what was it? Gmail. You had to get invited to use it. You had like five invites or whatever per person or something like that. Maybe 3. Defeat Vodwar Ground, Healing Ground, destroy board ships.
OXNYX053 says, Tel Core i5 11th Gen 1135G7 2.4 GHz processor, 8GB DDR4 3200 RAM, 256GB solid-state drive, Intel Iris Xe graphics.
Ooh.
Arcanoloth says, the social network did a great job of capturing the social strata you meet at an Ivy, and how those guys were on the bottom of the totem pole. OXNYX053 says, $299.99.
That is kind of tempting. That is kind of tempting. Oh wow! How did you not buy that? And why were you like just deciding, like hey, I need a laptop? Oh, I need to really build one.
Arcanoloth says, also I gotta say, that cheap laptop is a lot better than the cheap laptops I'd deal with 10 years ago, and also a lot cheaper.
Hell yeah, $299. That's pretty awesome. Remember they had those little mini laptops? They were like Walmart was selling them one
Arcanoloth
year.
says, I wouldn't play games on it, but if you needed something x86 you could drag to class, it's affordable.
Affordable. Probably play this game on my a whole lot better than my computer.
OXNYX053 says, yeah, I was going to add $60 for a 32 GB added memory, for 40 GB.
Oh, that would have been nice. How'd you talk your way out of not getting it? So you had to climb down from that pole and go, no, 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 no. Let's go to Starbase. I really do need to build a computer.
Arcanoloth says, I'd check that you can add RAM. Some of those ultra-thins get that size by welding the RAM modules and you can't upgrade. OXNYX053 says, under $400 for that. It's an hour drive one way.
Tempting. Yeah, some of that RAM is like built-in shit. I hate that. I love the ability to upgrade. That's one of the things that put me off with that. I can't remember what that was called. It was like a mini laptop thing. It was maybe about 8 inches, maybe 10, by maybe 6 to 8, flipped up. Had Windows. I can't remember what Windows version it was. It was like 7 or 8. I installed one of the Linuxes. I think Ubuntu or whatever.
OXNYX053 says, the 8G is welded. Per its specs it can take up to a 32 in its extra slot.
Nice. But then I found out I couldn't upgrade the thing, so I like uninstalled Linux and reinstalled the original operating system on it. Took it back and got a refund. That was all within like 2 days.
Grievix says, sounds like a netbook.
I think that's what it was. Is I was going to use it for
Arcanoloth says, on PC, yeah. But for someone that buys a laptop, you are sacrificing a lot of the modularity of a PC in exchange for portability. Makes sense to just buy the RAM and storage you need day one rather than trying to upgrade something that has an underpowered CPU years down the line. OXNYX053 says, its GPU is effectively what I am using on my tower. OXNYX053 says, it is a Lenovo, with a touch screen.
I never had touchscreen. Eventually we'll have to upgrade that at where we work. Hey Greeblog, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, I think it was in one of those netbooks. Cause I was gonna use it because back then I was doing like computer repair shit, and I was thinking like that'd be a good little thing to carry around, like you know, to possibly download drivers and stuff or whatever I was doing, or you know, just to keep things on it that you know. But then I couldn't upgrade it because I was like, yeah, it'd be cool to upgrade it. Near. Let me see.
Griebig says, doing all right.
Yeah. I think it was by Acer. I just looked at I think either. Ooh. Let's see. Does O'Neal need some shit for like a reputation? Because eventually I do want him to be like all ripped up. He's all ripped up. Let's see.
Griebig says, I had a netbook. It helped for my one job, but outside of that it was not great.
Yeah, that's the thing. They were like, in my opinion, just a little too small for stuff. You know. The drive on it was not very big at the time. But it was better than those damn HPs they came out with. The HPs that only had like a 32 gig hard drive. Was it 4 gig of RAM? I think Windows 10 was on it at the time. But you could not upgrade the thing for shit. There was no way to upgrade it. And I always had somebody that came to me to like say, hey, I got a computer problem. I heard you work on computers. Like, yeah, she used to, because after I started working at Dollar General, I just kind of gave up on the whole computer thing. And they said, well, could you look at my computer? It's screen's black, and it says it's out of space and memory and all that kind of stuff. And I said, sure, I can look at it. I won't charge for that. Just looking at shit, you know. So I looked at it, and I told her what was going on with it. And as soon as I got the thing, though, I looked at it, I was thinking, oh shit, it's one of these HPs. And I told her like the reason why it was running the way it was because Windows was trying to update itself, but having such a small hard drive, it had no room to download the update, so it was using up everything it could. And whenever Windows runs out of, you know, space, it starts cutting back on its own resources to survive. So it makes the background where it's solid color, you know, and it limits everything and how it's functioning. And so I told her, I said, I can clean it up, I can update it and all that kind of stuff or whatever. And she says, okay, you know, so I did it. She paid me. And I said, well, one of the things you can do, since this can't be upgraded, just you can get an SD card up to like, you know, however many gigs or something like that, or a thumb drive, pen drive, whatever, and keep it installed into the thing to where it has some extra space. And she's like, oh, okay, that's a good idea. I'll do that. Well, like 4 months later, she comes back to me and says, hey, it's doing that thing again. I said, okay. So she brings it to me. I clean it up again. I tell her again about what's going on. She goes, okay, thank you, and then she pays me and then whatever. You know. And she comes back again. It's like 6 months later. She brings me 2 of them because she said, oh, here's the other one I have too. It's doing the same thing. I said, did you ever get one of those SD cards? She goes, a what? And I said, an SD card. She goes, I do remember you saying something about getting a little card to put in it for more space or something, but I forgot. I don't know what kind to get. I said, anything's better than nothing. So she never did. Never got them. And worked on them one last time, and I said, look, I said, I don't mind working on these things, like, you know, cleaning them off and stuff, but if you'll need to get a better computer if you're going to be doing some other things, try to install stuff, because she was trying to install, like, programs and things. You couldn't even install Word, you know, like Microsoft Word, the Office 365 or whatever was out then. And she was trying to, like, watch Netflix. She was trying to do all this other stuff, and it couldn't because the damn thing had no space to do anything. It couldn't pre-download because Windows was using everything it could muster, so it wasn't downloading, like, it wasn't streaming because it was out of room to download any part of the stream to actually show you, you know, and then get rid of it. It was just dead. It wouldn't even connect to the internet anymore because it needed updates. I know, right? Damn. Get on with it, they say. But that was pretty funny. I like the cricket. It timed very well with the random. I love it. But I haven't heard back from that lady in like about a year now, or a little over a year. I'm hoping she finally got a laptop or a computer, because she said, with my income tax this year, I'm gonna buy me a real computer. I only got these because they were cheap at Walmart. Yeah. I can't remember what HP laptops those were. They were just very bad, like sucked ass. Could not be upgraded for shit. Piss poor everything. I'm sure somebody can like figure out something to do with it to force it to be that way, like, you know, install shit in it.
Arcanoloth says, you can push those older PCs down the road a bit longer by wiping them and installing a lightweight Linux distro, loads LibreOffice and a web browser just fine, but long term it costs more in electricity to power those old boxes to do a task than it does to upgrade to something that doesn't break a sweat.
Right. That's what I did to a lot of like old computers I had. I mean, I still have an old IBM computer from like 96 or 7 that I had installed Debian in or on for a web server at home. I had that web server at my mom's store whenever she had her store and the internet there. And it ran fine 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I think maybe every other week or so I would restart it. But it was fine. I mean, low functioning and everything. Good enough just for a web server storage thing. Or just having my little personal website on it at the time. Because I did that whole DNS thing. The free, like, you know, you get the domain from like GoDaddy or whatever, but you use your own your own DNS servers and name servers and stuff like that. And it ran for a long time. I mean, it was slow as Christmas because of the internet connection and drive space, and because it's, you know, hard drive. But it did its task. It held what I needed to on it. You know, and mostly what I was doing is logging into it from home and testing out websites stuff. You know, like that I would create and storing things on it, like just songs or whatever, or video clips for the Farscape site I had. That was before Home Dude, like...
Murdoch says, testing out porn sites.
No. Testing out scripting and stuff. Like, I was doing Perl scripting and stuff back then, so... ideas for, like, web page stuff or whatever, I was... You know... I would test it out and upload it and check it to see if it worked, and then... If it did, I could actually use it on the real site. But it was good for that, you know, and the torrenting. Torrenting. Get away from it. Get away from it. Steve! No!
Murdoch says, women with 3 tits masturbating at the farm.
Wait a minute. Arnold Schwarzenegger for 500. You little bastard.
Griebig says, whenever someone comes to me with advice and ask about a netbook or Chromebook, I tend to ask what they plan on doing with it. Only doing web and email, they will be fine for the most part. Anything else you want to do, get a real computer.
Right. That's so true. So I had asked that lady, I said, what do you want to actually do with this thing? You know, she says, well, I like to watch my Netflix and YouTube and play little games and stuff like that. I was like, okay, well, that should work out fine. But then all of a sudden she like wants to install like Word 365 or this newspaper program thing, because she used to like work at a newspaper. Install this other big game program thing or whatever she liked to do. Play on Facebook by downloading all those games. You know, it's like, yeah, it's not going to work here. And then like the Windows updates themselves, you know, like it wanted a full force batched update, like 4 gigs to 8 gig plus type, you know, because it has to expand it.
Play on my face.
And there's just was not any room on this thing. Because Windows itself is already bloatware.
Tell her she can use Google Docs and stop installing Offic.
Yeah, well that was, back, year plus ago, so It's the last time she brought it to me. I've been working on it for like maybe 2.5 years. Because she had worked at, had her own newspaper in the small town that I worked in at Dollar General. And it did not do very well because they were always demanding people, like if they went to you and wanted you to put an ad in their paper to pay them whatever, put an ad in the paper, and you said no, they would write a bad article about your business in their paper. So it didn't really work out very well. But and it didn't have much of any kind of newsworthy stuff in it either.
Griebig says, because she was using a netbook to write things and not a real computer.
Yeah. But she was talking about like she needed to send the paper to go get printed at some place, because that's how she did it, was like online, sending it to some place like in the next city over or whatever, and she would go like get the papers and then deliver them or whatever, and she couldn't because her laptop was running like shit. And I told her why it was running like that. It's almost like this guy that had me work on his computer before. He it was an Alienware Dell something. I can't remember what the fuck it was. Desktop computer. His wife, no, the power supply went out in it, and he thought it fried the board. Well, I told him, yeah, sure, bring it to me. I'll look at it and see what's going on, just to look at it. Well, he put it in my car, and I wasn't paying attention when he put it in there. But when I got it out and I set it down like on the concrete that's in like our where we park our cars and stuff, these little German roaches just scattered out of this thing. I'm talking about from tiny baby size to about like an inch or two long, just coming out of this thing every which direction. I was like, holy shit. So I got my air, like can of air out or whatever like that, opened it up, sprayed it out as much as I could.
Murdoch says, you found your relatives. Griebig says, they go for warmth.
Yeah. And I took it out, like I set it on a block of wood that we had out in our yard, and I like sprayed the hell out of it with compressed air. I even got just air after the damn thing to get it all cleaned out. And I saw like roach poop everywhere, roach piss. It smelt something awful. Like it had a bad odor. And I got to just using a little light to look inside the vent holes for the power supply, and it was just corroded with something connecting everything together. I'm thinking, yeah. I looked at the board, same scenario.
Murdoch says, is this the roach poop stream? Is this the right place?
This is the right place, yes. And I opened up the computer and looked on the motherboard, same scenario, right? So kind of like if you see a battery that's corroded, and this thing had like corrosion from like piss and poop off of cockroaches, like all up and down this thing.
OXNYX053 says, evidently.
And I told him, I said, well, yeah, I think your board's shot in this thing, in the power supply. I said, okay, well, I'll order me a new one of both or whatever, and install it, because I think the graphics card and the hard drive and all that's still good or whatever. So I was like, okay, well, whatever. So I looked up what they were and went through Dell because it's Alienware and got the replacements for it. Installed it, got it all running again, all nice, and cleaned out, because I used lots of Q-tip swabs and cleaning and all that, and to clean the case first. And then gave it to him. He paid me good and all that, and he told me it was working great and everything like that, until 6 months later. He said, well, it died out again. I don't know what happened, but it's the same as it was last time. And I said, huh? I said, well, maybe you just, maybe you need to have it go somewhere else or whatever. So he sent it off to some
Grievous
other.
says, roaches got back in it.
That's right. He sent it off to this other repair place, right? And they immediately after getting it said that they couldn't work on it because it was infested. And that's one of their against policy things was they do not work on infested computers. So they boxed it back up and sent it back to him, and he just had it set there. And I said, well, you could probably get another one for that or whatever. And he says, no, I got my eyes set on this this new Alienware laptop. It's going to be a whole lot better than that desktop or whatever, and it's faster and all this. I'm going to get it and blah 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 whatever, you know. So he instead of the laptop, he decides on getting another desktop from Dell, you know.
Grievous says, OMG, has he not figured out the problem?
Right? So he gets it, right? Well, his wife spilt tea on the top of the case, and the computer shut down. And he was wondering, like, if there's a way to clean it, fix it. I said, well, if it just went off, maybe if you clean it, turn it back on, it might work. So he had me, like...
Murdoch says, these people are stupid.
He had me, like, you know, he brought it to me and put it in my car. It didn't have it. It wasn't infested because this was like maybe a month after he had it, right? I just opened up the side of the case and I look inside and I'm like, there's no tea in here. I don't know what's going on. You know, okay, whatever. So I turned it on. It worked fine. I said, this thing works fine for me. He says, oh, I just must have, you know, it must have dried up or whatever. I'm like, okay, whatever. So he takes it back to his house, right? Plays on it. Another 3 months goes by. He says, hey, the power went out on this thing, and it smells like it got burned up or whatever like that. And it's like, I said, are you still under warranty with Dell? And he's like, yeah.
Murdoch says, oh, I remember this story.
So he sends it off to Dell.
Murdoch says, story number 911, right?
He sends it to Dell, right? They receive the computer. They send him a message. Sorry, we don't work on infested computers. Like, it breaks like the warranty or whatever like that. And he got so pissed. So I think that was the time that, okay, he did away with that and he got a laptop after that one. And then he sent the laptop with me because his wife spilled tea on... No, he spilled tea inside the laptop that time. And I had to clean out the laptop, get rid of all the tea. There were no roaches in it, though. And it seemed to work fine. I mean, just, you know, because it's spill resistant, I guess. I don't know.
Grievous says, maybe he should invest in an exterminator.
Could, yeah, possibly. But I'm thinking, like, as many of these things there are, and he's always talking about, like, was cooking food and whatever, you know, and his kids living there, and they're always getting strep throat, and they're always sick and shit. And I'm thinking, no shit. But I told him, like, you know, whenever they said something about it being infested, the second time, I was like, yeah, the first computer, whenever you had me look at that, it did have a lot of cockroaches and stuff
Grievous
in there.
Says,
you know,
wonder if they have mold too.
They probably do. I wouldn't doubt it. But this guy was the type not to have a job. You know, he lived off of his dad's money or something like that. You know, because his dad was like retired from something because of a disability thing or something, and so his dad would get a check. You know, so the son lived with the dad and would just buy shit and whatever and just barely take care. I don't know. I don't know all their story. You know, I never really did. But I said, well, maybe, you know, they keep telling you it's infested. Maybe there's a problem at home. You need to, you know, have something done with there. I mean, if you've got like a bug infestation, yes, that could cause a lot of these problems you've been having, because I have seen the one I worked on and these other people talking about that. So maybe you just need to, you know, fumigate your house or something like that. He didn't like that, so I hadn't heard from him since. I don't know if he ever got everything fixed or not. But yeah, so and I'd lost I guess a customer doing that, just telling them they need to, yeah. But uh, it was something else, that's for sure. But I wasn't really working on computers. I mean, I was working
Krivit
at Dollar
says,
General,
how dare you try to help him lul.
right? But that's when after I started working at Dollar General, so it wasn't computer repair was not top priority. I mean, evidently I sucked at it because he kept having to bring me his stuff back to me because I fixed it and then I didn't fix it because it kept messing up because of problems. But yeah, I got tired of like this stress of the computer repair stuff. Like people would bring me things and expect me to work miracles, Like somebody brought me a computer one time that had a ticking hard drive. It was the hard disk drive, not an SSD, but an actual hard disk drive. And it was ticking, and it wouldn't boot up
Krivik
anymore.
says, yes, you were secretly sneaking into his home and placing roach food inside his case.
Yeah, he blew through a lot of power supplies. He would just tell me just to order another one. I'm like, that ain't gonna help it, buddy. But I can probably make that my own, right? But I kind of got just, once I started working and having an actual job that required me to do physical shit or whatever like that, the computer repair thing just went bye bye. Especially after I had my gallbladder taken out. I had like maybe it's a few people every once in a while where they'd have me just clean their computer out or whatever, of all the bullshit. And they'd always look at me like, I took more pictures. You think I need to clean it? No. I don't think you do. And I'd have one guy like, I'd go to his house and like try to get
Murdoch
his account
says,
back on there.
yeah, man, you could be a computer repairman.
I'm supposedly have a education direct degree or whatever.
Murdoch says, you could be a nerd at Best Buy.
Nah, I'm not there anymore for that. That was years ago. Things have changed now, and I'm not savvy enough anymore for that. Because I suck. But I would always repair everything, though. That's the thing. Like, a lady would bring it to me. That the thing about the hard drive, like going, like completely off and whatnot, and I barely was able to attach it to an external. I have what is it called? It's over here by me. It's where you can turn an internal into an external hard drive. It's one of those little bay things. I can't fucking remember right now. But I managed to like turn it on and because it corrupted. Windows got corrupted because the hard drive had bad spots on it, and she said electricity had like struck or whatever the house and the computer was on during the time. So I'm thinking it just fried part of like the boot master boot record for it or whatever. And but the hard drive itself was actually making some noise. So I told her I probably need to order another one.
OXNYX053 says, external hard drive dock.
Yeah, it's
Murdoch says, are you a good snorkeler? I heard they are looking for snorkelers. Very high in diamond, the snorkeling, and all.
Ultra ATA. It's the Ultra Serial ATA or whatever. I forget how long ago I got that. But but I managed to get everything, and reinstalled it and everything like that because it was an HP, so I just had to download like the ISO thing for it because it didn't cost anything like Windows would because it was an OEM version. Original equipment manufacturer, which requires no keys and all that shit because it pulls it from the BIOS. Or it detects it from the BIOS, so it automatically just unlocks it and activates it. That was back. That was like Windows 7, I think, back then, whenever that first came out. And got it all working for it and stuff. And you know, sent it to her and didn't charge her very much. I'm always bad about not charging people a lot. Maybe $20, you know, here or there, or $50 to reinstall Windows or whatever. Because back then it wasn't like install and hey, it works, you know. It was install and then install the drivers and then,
Grievous says,
you know, all this
I
other
had a
stuff.
drive that I noticed my computer was slowing down every time I tried to access anything on it. So, I backed it up and pulled the drive. Grievous says, it was clear it was starting to fall, just a matter of time.
Yeah, starting to fail. Yeah, I have a computer like that right now. I mean, that's kind of what I did for this one that I'm on right now, playing Star Trek. I upgraded the hard drive because I was fearing that the drive was about to fail because it was a hard disk drive versus a solid state. And I tell you, the performance of solid state is so awesome. I love it. I want to upgrade my other computer with that. It's what I call my Halo computer. Whenever I used to play Halo PC and stuff like that, and build maps and things like that, and script on it. Not now. I'll go to here. But then the lady, she decided, like, since her grandkids were going to be using it, she didn't want them to like look at bad things or whatever like that. So she wanted something kind of like NetNanny installed on it. And at the time, Microsoft had some sort of it's the essential tools they had back then, and one was like a NetNanny type situation where it would keep them from going to certain websites. So she set up like an account to have it installed or whatever, and I never knew the password, and she forgot the password and then sent like a message wanting to know the password. I was like, I don't know the password. You know? But I worked on a few of her computers over the years too, and she was okay with it. She's passed since then, so hadn't worked on any of those. That was before working at Dollar General, though. Or was it? No, I was working at Family Dollar at the time. I worked on a computer while I was working at Family Dollar before. It was so slow one night. A coworker was talking about their HP. Was it a Dell or HP?
Arcana
I can't
Loth
remember.
says, Backblaze says average HDD lasts 6 years.
Dude, those things will last a whole lot longer. I have proof. I have proof. I got this old Hyundai laptop that's Windows 3.1 originally installed. Well, actually DOS, and then Windows 3.1 installed on it. And I booted that sucker up about maybe, what, 4 months ago? So it still kicks ass, or it's still active, no sounds or nothing like that. It's pretty amazing.
Arcana Loth says, okay, I was cold in my room earlier, then it rained and now I'm sweating. Thermostat is same reading, but humidity spiked.
Gotta love that damn humidity. Am I right? Am I right? And then before okay, about the working at Family
Murdoch
Dollar.
says, it rained a lot here too.
Yeah, I think it's coming from you to me. Whenever I had an associate that I was working with there, and she was having issues with her computer and stuff, and so I said, well, bring it to work, I'll look at it. And on a slow day, I did. You know, I opened it up, cleaned it out, that sort of thing. We were up there. I had it at the front counter, you know, at the registers because nobody was coming in. And if someone would, then she would check them out on the other register and turn it on and use the monitor at the store because I told her not to worry about bringing a monitor. So I disconnected like one of the store monitors and hooked hers up and hooked the mouse and everything up to it, and went in there and cleaned up some things and freshened it up and made it run a lot faster and better and stuff, you know. And we didn't use any internet, so I just defragged the hard drive and, you know, physically cleaned it out because it was really mucked up inside of it. And installed some more RAM because I told her that that's probably what she would need, you know, to give it a good upgrade. And she looked up the parts online or whatever and bought them. So, yeah, worked on a computer there. And then another associate at the time, too, worked on their computer there. This is so real fun there, Family Dollar. That's after I had installed Solitaire and Minesweeper and stuff on the old computer that was there. It's probably still... Well, it was Windows XP embedded. CE edition, I think. That's what they used at Family Dollar back then. The business type. But it had a floppy disk drive, and that's the worst thing, because it didn't have a CD drive. It had a floppy disk drive. And with floppy disk, I was thinking, okay, I got an idea. So that's why I copied the Solitaire files. I didn't install them. I just copied the files, put them in System32, and boom.
OXNYX053 says, one of your issues is by charging such a low rate no one was giving your work value. Arcanoloth says, don't copy that floppy.
Don't copy that floppy. Yeah, I was always bad about like you know, little here and there. 20 to like just do basic shit. That's what that was. You know, just to look around at it, clean up things, remove viruses, or whatever. You know, I did that a few times for people, removing virus. Not a full format. It wasn't like a bad virus or anything. It was like, you know, just one of those little malicious kind that just copy files or bullshit or whatever. It doesn't really do anything harmful. Just like a malware type thing. Used to work on people's... reworked on someone else's computer before, because the computer repair shop in town didn't install drivers on the computer that they sold these people, so it couldn't connect to the internet. It didn't have a good display. It didn't have sound. So whenever they called me and said, "Hey, you work on computers, don't you?" And I was like, "Yeah." They said, "Well, we just bought this one from so and so who has the computer shop in town, and we can't connect to the internet."
At Oxnix053, this is a real issue. You lowball it not only attracts rubberneckers and tire kickers and other low-value people, but it actively repels people who go out of their way to avoid that first crowd, and those people, the ones who value their time and demand the same from others, those are the ones you want.
But people, like, there was the computer guy in town was charging like $50 just for you to bring it to them so that they can look at it.
All I know is, I was very lucky. After my Oding internship in 2019, I had just enough money to build a computer with the i9 and 2080 GPU with M.2 drives. I was able to keep my 1000 watt power supply I've had for years.
Ooh, nice.
It's been running strong ever since.
Nice.
It was great having through COVID. Life would have sucked without it.
Yes, I totally agree. Having a computer during COVID is the best thing. Gives you something to do, either watching videos or nothing at all. Love it. But you had a guy that would just... you had to pay them $50 just for him to look at it to see if he was going to fix it or not. Then you had another guy that was charging $100 just to look at it. And I always thought that was not fair. So, you know, people, if they wanted, I would look at their shit. I would fix their shit. You know, I would just look at it for free to assess it, and I'd tell them just to bring it to me instead of me going to their home. And I'd look at it, you know, and if I could fix it, I could fix it. If I could help it get better, I would do that. Figure out the problem with it. Get back an account, like one guy, his local account, because he didn't believe in using, like, you know, logging into it, like, you know, with emails and all that kind of shit. It was just like, I think Windows 7, maybe XP days, something. But his electricity had struck whenever he had the computer running or booting up or whatever, and it corrupted the local account on there, so he couldn't use his computer. And what I did was I went in as the administrator. You know, after doing like a certain thing or whatever back then, you could actually I can't remember the combination of what you do. It was like a file copying scenario where you boot up into like a command prompt or DOS or whatever was back then, and you can rename files to do certain other things. And rename one file to do something to run so that administrator can be ran too. Command prompt to create like another
Arcanoloth
account.
says, at Murdoch's last 3 years have been rough on everyone. Interesting meeting people who tried to make the best of it, as well as people who just could not cope without being lavished with attention.
Dude, I don't have to have attention. That's my thing.
Back to your station.
I mean,
the bots have returned.
Yeah, you know, I'm not here on Twitch streaming for attention. I'm just here to play a game and to learn more about that game. You know, but I could totally like just play without. I can play alone. I can play a game
Murdoch
by
says,
myself.
well, I could still use a BJ, but yeah, sure.
But these people, like, okay, going back to the people that didn't have any like sound or on their, well, they didn't have the internet on their computer because it was like, you know, dial-up internet back then around this area.
Arcanoloth says, yup, that's what I like about games Liexto, always something new to learn.
Yeah, that's like the whole point behind all this. It wasn't streaming to get like attention or streaming to get people to subscribe, money, or anything like that. It was to actually learn from people that played the game. Because and also I didn't have good internet, so I couldn't stream. So I've always wanted to learn more about the game, but couldn't because I could like watch videos and stuff, but didn't understand the shit. So it's nice to have someone talk me through like what stuff does, and that's because I saw what inspired me to do that was Jack Patillo from Achievement Hunter Rooster Teeth or whatever. He wanted to learn more about how to play Minecraft correctly, so he started streaming Minecraft and learning, and people would teach him how to actually play the best way or better than he was doing, you know, working at Achievement Hunter. And I thought that's a pretty cool idea, even though was doing it for like, you know, attention, money, and all that, which is no problem. I mean, if that's what you want.
OXNYX053 says, the Achievement Rooster Hunter.
The Achievement Rooster Hunter.
Griebig says, there are various reasons people stream. Some want attention, some want to make a connection and be part of a community, and I am sure there are some other reasons.
Right. Yeah, I'm just one of those, like, you know, I could be on here by myself, and sure I feel lonely and all that, but, you know, like not having someone there, but I've streamed several times with no one in the chat. With one person, I'm just here. I kind of like the smaller numbers, you know. Like just the buddies hanging out type thing, instead of like monster amounts of, like you see from that Arachnophobia, whatever her name is.
Some people stream so they have VODs of gameplay to review, and are vaguely annoyed at people that try to make conversation with them. I will never understand that in a million years,
Yeah.
but they exist. OXNYX053 says, these days, I'm only really hurting it.
Really here
says,
tonight.
some people are at 0 views for a reason is all I'm saying.
Right. They want to like
says,
review over their stuff.
I agree. Too many people and it's people talking over each other or all begging for attention.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Like Amireya Rinyarieth or whatever, anorexic. I can't remember. I can't damn it pronounce the name. That's just too much. You see them like people flying by, almost like Code Miko. You know, if you ever watch one of those, just people just constantly. How do you read that shit? You know, I like the smaller numbers. I like the laid backness of it. Not, you know, I'm here. Yes, I can entertain that kind of thing, but it's mostly sarcasm and just goofy bullshit. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing ever. Kind of got into a little routine of doing Dyson, but I was doing that anyway before I started streaming.
Griebig says, so no hot tub streams from you, Scorp?
I'm sorry, no. We will not be having those. If we do have anything like that, I'll have to find a map in Star Trek Online and, you know, put the off-duty uniform on and have him sit in a mud puddle or something like that. We could go to Ryza.
OXNYX053 says, screw it. Rerolling a tune for Fleet Dill now.
Oh wow, you're gonna sacrifice one of your new tunes. Ox, did you get to 30? Did you get to level 30? And is that what you're doing?
OXNYX053 says, but There is a map for that on the Draenor colony.
Draenor colony? Really? Why doesn't Ryza have hot tubs? Should ask that guy who's all about Ryza.
OXNYX053 says, on 2. Today.
Ooh, wow. Damn, you've been busy. It always would take me forever to get
says, good question.
there. Yes.
OXNYX053 says, they have a secluded cave.
Secluded cave. Yeah, that's true. They have a secluded cave on Ryza. Pavel the pervert.
Arcanoloth says, day 1 of asking Cryptic for hot tubs.
Day 1. Whenever they have their next stream, they ask for questions. Why doesn't Ryza have hot tubs? I'm sure someone's already asked that before. That would be kind of cool too, actually. Those people that kind of just hang out at Ryza all year long and just talk bullshit or whatever and dance. Well, they can't be on their pier anymore because they took that away, or their little walkway. But they can have hot tubs and have actual sitting animation type things where people are just kind of sitting there in the hot tub. That would be kind of cool. Full immersion. Hell. I could take a screenshot of Ryza and build a hot tub in 3D and make it look like someone's there. Oh, that reminds me. I need to take the group shot that I was talking about doing.
OXNYX053 says, it takes like about an freaking hour. I spend more time spamming F to pick crap up in the first patrol than setting up the ship now.
Isn't there a thing in the game to auto collect? Kind of like they do in on the console? Or is that need and greed team thing? Loot mode. Round robin, I think is that what that is for team, where you automatically like pick stuff up. So I don't know if it's like for single player though. Rockin' Robin, tweedledee, Rockin' Robin. Damn it. Damn it, Bobby. Damn it. I watched the new episode of Beavis and Butthead, or one of the second of the new whatever episode it was where they were hooking that chain up to that dude's truck. That one actually made me laugh. Damn it, Beavis. It's like usually one of us is in there. Oh God. That one, it made me giggle. I actually giggled.
OXNYX053 says, auto loot is on, but you have to confirm it to pick it up. It just makes the loot interactable.
Ew, okay, I gotcha. Can you like hold down, what is it? Shift or control or something like that to skip the dialogue? Or is that only for like whenever you're in your inventory?
Arcanoloth says, yet it's not really auto loot, it's just one click to loot.
One click loot? It's nothing I hate more than that whole spam in the front of you going pick up the item kind of thing or whatever. To click on it. It pops up in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, I was gonna
Arcanoloth
take
says,
a screenshot.
Auto loot in Guild Wars 2 hoovers up any loot in your vicinity auto-magically with no interaction on your part aside from being in range.
Yeah, that's what Riz says. It happens on Star Trek Online on the console, where it auto picks up everything. But I was gonna put all of my characters that participated in Ryza, like take a screenshot of them at one location and merge them all together in like Photoshop and have that as the thumbnail for this year's Ryza.
OXNYX053 says, question is not valid. I turn off stop while in conversations. Or really turn on keep moving during dialogues. Arcanoloth says, GW2 also has a right-click open all on stacks of bags, by popular request.
That's awesome. That would save on a lot of things on here. Instead of like continuously having to click on, say the reputation boxes or whatever. Just like click on it and bam, it all just pops out. Bam, blam. I mean, we have a discard all feature. Why can't we have a like open all? Wait a minute. I'm asking the wrong question on the wrong game.
Arcanoloth says,
Sorry.
yeah, that game drowns you in loot and people complained about Carpal Tunnel doing inventory management.
They don't like that inventory management. The paperwork. Ew. I don't really like it either. I handle some of it off stream though. Like this right here is considered paperwork. This, you know, but I like doing that. I can run it automatically without really thinking about it. That's one of the things. I don't even pay attention anymore to it. Like, I don't remember just doing the run right now on here. I don't know if that's good or bad. Because it kind of just blurs together and goes by. Oh, secure vault. Did I secure him in the wrong place? Sure as hell did. Damn it. That's why right there. Look at that. Karma's a bitch. And I just got slapped by her. Something right there been pushing me. Why it pushed me? Let's do that again. Alright, and nothing happened there. Everybody hustling. Everybody's hustling. Everybody's hustling, hustling. Y'all attack each other. But yeah, I need to do that Rise of Photoshop thing that I was wanting to do. I need to get Ushanka, another weapon, because she's been using this Borg, whatever this is. This a simulated plasma full auto rifle. I don't know if it's any good. It's just what she uses because I opened it out of one of them boxes before, I think. I just wanted her to have something different than the default Dyson gun that I have for everybody. That's what I'm kind of doing. I'm kind of shifting everybody around to a certain unique weapon. But I want it to be a good weapon, you know, not just a weapon you've leveled up all the way to epic for no reason. Spoink. Ushanka. Boom. Bam.
OXNYX053 says, it's not bad, but I prefer split beams.
Split.
Arcanoloth says, question, what's the most Klingon looking ground ranged energy weapon?
It's a disruptor of some sort, right? It's what Gary the Klingon says it is, damn it.
Arcanoloth says, Feds get the Disco Phaser rifle in black, ROMs get their plasma rifle that's amazeballs.
And Klingon gets nothing? They get the leftovers? Haha! That's what that first person thing is good for.
I'm not clear on the KDF options outside fleet.
Oh my gosh, something you don't know? Are you running favor? No. Hey, Hank's wife. Come on. Bring it on.
Arcanoloth says, I know what's used by the ground DPS crowd, but I'm talking visuals here.
Like something that actually looks Klingon.
OXNYX053 says, that episode bladed Nas icon disreputer autocannon. Or the Mako with the grenade launcher / hat axe thing.
Does it have to have that little thing at the end on the gun?
Arcanoloth says, what looks like a KDF issue weapon.
Weapon, banana finna full weapon. V5 for weapon. Fweapon. I don't know, the Klingon disruptors always have that little thing on them, right? Like the. Do anybody have one of those? Anybody? Ooh, what's that? I have no idea. Timmy's got a damn good gun. I love that gun right there. Fluidic anti-proton assault dense beam. I love that he has that. That's such a cool weapon. I don't know if it's any good or not, but I like it. According to Jim. These people that I don't know.
OXNYX053 says, where are you at endgame, or just want a bridge invite? Arcanoloth says, the Imperial Assault set is solid, if you like disco visuals.
Endgame, what? Where are you at endgame? Or just a bridge invite? What? You want me to invite? You want to invite me to your bridge? Huh? Remember, I'm slow. I don't get things off the top of my head there. I'm a little slow. The town's back that way. Are you asking like what I want each of my characters to have as like their end game type scenario, like when it's over? Ooh. They're wearing jackets and stuff. They've got all the security and shit.
Arcanoloth says, when I say ground disruptors, people go right to the Boolean cannon and I'm like, yes it's good but it looks like they tore a gun off a shuttle. What looks like an actual KDF issue small arm.
Right.
OXNYX053 says, I'm asking at Arcanoloth to show them something.
Ah. Yeah, the Boolean weapon,
Arcanoloth
right?
says,
People always want that.
I'm not in game. What you got?
Or I could go and we could see it on my screen to show Arcanoloth. Use me, say that you'll use me. Abuse me, go on and abuse me. I can't care about anything but nothing. Anything but shoes. Loving me, say that you love me. Fool me, go on and fool me.
Arcanoloth says, haha, find Scorp and Dyson, I'll log on and find him too. OXNYX053 says, that's where Scorp being on my bridge, or QONOS, would be helpful.
Yes, it would. Yeah, invite me to wherever, I'll do it, yeah. So you show me around as if you're showing him around so he sees what you want him to see. You see? You see, mister. Oh, man. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Because I'm like just, just doing my thing. So I can hop off from doing my thing at any time to go see what you want him to see.
OXNYX053 says, prepare for random bridge invite.
Prepare for a random bridge invite. I am prepared. I am repaired. Unless I need to hop onto a different character. I mean, does it work that way? Like different factions on bridges and stuff? Oh, you're on KDF. Okay. KDF.
OXNYX053 says, I am still map moving. No bridge invites are universal.
Ooh.
Arcanoloth says, fuck it's hot as balls in here.
Oh man, that's hot. It's hot as scrotum. It's so hot as scrotum in here. Oh, brother. Wow. This is like, okay, I've seen this kind of bridge before. Where have I seen this before? Contact duty officer, really? I can get it. Yeah. Sievan.
Griebig says, the temporal missions with Daniels.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because what's his face is on the bridge, right?
OXNYX053 says, what's his face? That Temporla guy.
Because he like cages you in here to make something happen or whatever, like, and over there? What? I can select a small craft of my own from your bridge. Ew. Ew. What's this one? Ooh, nice.
OXNYX053 says, there is an episode compression pistol.
An episode compression pistol. Cling on me when you're not strong. This is like the view screen, like the outside. Wow, that's so tiny. At least they added like an exterior to it. That's pretty cool. You find a way to glitch it right around on the outside of it. You're
OXNYX053 says, I might have it in my bank proper, which I can't see anything from in here.
haha, it's my ship now. Where's the captain's chair? Yes. Yes. Haha. Like, can you go into battle and I like be on your bridge? You know, like say if you went into a TFO, would it kick me off your bridge? If you go into a TFO. Oh, is this a shutter? Is it open? No. No, no, no. Shunka trying to hook up with a Gorn. Oh, yes.
OXNYX053 says, nope. 2 can even log out. That map is valid for you till you log out / change maps. Griebig says, what would be neat is that if you stayed on the bridge and as he took damage the bridge started shaking.
That would be pretty
Erland
awesome.
_of_Borg says, Gary the Klingon looks different.
Different.
Murdoch says, I made some Zader and cut some French bread.
Went all the way to France. You went to France. Yeah, Greebug, I agree. That would be pretty awesome. Like if you were on here and you can watch the battle from outside or from here. That would be pretty freaking awesome. Hello, Curlin
Murdoch
aboard.
says, Zeater is a culinary herb or family of herbs. It is also the name of a spice mixture that includes the herb along with toasted sesame seeds, dried sumac, often salt, as well as other spices. As a family of related Middle Eastern herbs, it contains plants from the genera Origanum, Calamintha, Thymus, and Saturaya plants. Curland_of_Borg says, hello. Resistance is futile.
Resistance is futile. Futile? Curlin here. I need to get that sound clip.
Curland_of_Borg says, Curlin's there?
Curlin's there. Curlin Iron, sir. Michael Ironside. Oh, what was that game that Michael Ironside was on? Like, damn. It's like some sort of a ground play something. You build shit. Kind of like Halo Wars.
Arcanoloth says, Curlin's over here? Curlin's over there. Curlin could be anywhere.
He could be Curlin. Curlin of Borg. Curlin here. Superhero pose. Oh, Hill Health Ground. What the hell? I didn't know we were getting something. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. Very much.
OXNYX053 says, running a quick event run with someone, then another bridge invite for a looky-loo.
Another bridge invite by Oxnix.
Curland_of_Borg says, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No. It's Curland.
It's Curland. Hey, everybody! Curlin here. Go, go, Curlin Rangers! You mighty Morphin Power Ranger! They know. They've got. No one could ever take them down. Dragon Sword! Dragon! Mastodon. Pterodactyl! Tyrannosaurus! The character of Jason. Every time that he would say Tyrannosaurus, I would laugh. Tyrannosaurus! Yeah! They're like, okay, Jason, okay. Good job there. Okay, good job, guy. Good guy. But I said Tyrannosaurus! Tyrannosaurus is fun.
Arcanoloth says, I love actors. I did some community theater as a kid. I remember this older guy that mostly played background characters, but someone brought up the Power Rangers at the after party and he suddenly got Limer to demonstrate the physical acting of the Power Rangers. He said imagine them ordering fast food, and he strikes a bunch of poses as he says I, pose, would like, pose, a burger, pose, and fries, pose. Curland_of_Borg says, yes, Jason, well done. But what is this dinosaur?
Right. Tyrannosaurus! You just imagine. Oh, damn it, a pose. in the body head bobbing thing they would do too, like when they would try to like they were talking, but they'd their whole body would like
Kurland
shift up and
underscore of
down.
underscore Borg says, no Jason, this one with a raptor.
Tyrannosaurus.
Arcanoloth says, they have to strike a different pose for each part of the sentence, and smooth transitions are important.
Yes, but were they good poses? Were they martial arts poses, or were they just just created on the spot type shit? Do, 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 do. Because a lot of them look pretty sharp, gotta say. And in original Power Rangers,
OXNYX053 says, expository posturing. Arcanoloth says, I mean, they were Power Rangers poses, so created on the spot.
I mean, like, was there any type of like choreography stuff going on? Where they were like, okay, do this, or did they just say to the actors who did martial arts, do this kind of a pose, or select one you wanted?
Arcanoloth says, if you believe that Tai Chi is a martial art, then yeah, it's martial arts.
Martial farts. And of the Power Rangers, original Power Rangers, what scenes did they like place in to make up for the actual Power Ranger episodes? Like they, the whole show came from Japan. They already had it
Arcanoloth
established
says,
over there.
martial farts is a good K to describe it.
But when they Americanized it or whatever, brought it to America, they overdubbed the voices on some of them, and then they created the whole school scenario to go with it to say, okay, these are the Power Rangers, they are at school. But there was already like, the Power Rangers over in Japan, but weren't called that. I think they were called something else. But whenever, was it Bandai / went to Fox or whatever, that's whenever they kind of tweaked it a little bit to add different things in. Or so whenever you see them head bobbing and talking and doing all that weird shit, it's not the actual actors at first in the first few seasons. It's the Japanese people that were actually the Power Rangers. It's a very wild thing. Bandai. It was something like, I can't remember exactly. All I know is when I was taking Taekwondo, the same time as Power Rangers was out, this little kid was big into the Power Ranger stuff. He loved the Green Ranger. And then he loved the White Ranger because he liked the Tommy character. He was only maybe like 5 years old, and I was in the adult class, so we didn't have the class at the same times. But we shared an interest in watching Power Rangers. So we would talk about Power Rangers, after his class and before my class started. And I came across a Power Ranger tape of Jason Franks doing a karate. What are they called? They're not called.
Murdoch
it's like a pattern.
Says, that's hot.
Karate pattern that he created himself, and I let the kid take the VHS tape home to watch it, so he could actually learn it if he wanted to learn it, and he did. And it was pretty cool. He and I both in between classes or whatever like that, would get out onto the floor and do the kata or whatever you want to call it pattern in the video, and doing different kicks that weren't in Taekwondo and stuff like that, like the back kick. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I don't know what ever became of that dude though. I mean, he was like 5/6 years old when he started that, and a few years later is whenever the classes ended. So I don't know where he went from there. But yeah, it was pretty fun. We would talk about like the latest episode and all that kind of stuff, and his parents really enjoyed the fact that there was someone in the adult class that actually
Kurland underscore of underscore Borg
that.
says, well, at Scorpwana we found that guy from school, and here he is.
It's like one of those memory things or whatever. This is your life,
Arcanoloth says, Always that one kid. Yeah, my uncle taught me the 5-finger exploding palm technique, but I can't tell you, it's too dangerous. You'd be wanted by the CIA.
CIA, FBI, FBA, FFA. Future Farmers of America. I don't know if that stands for that anymore. I never could figure that shit out because I was never in it. I was never in clubs in school. I always thought that was just bullshit. One thing I wanted to do out of school was just go there and learn what I had for the day.
_of_Borg says, FAB Virgil. Arcanoloth says, federal breast inspectors open up.
Yeah. And then they have female body inspectors. Some would say that. I had heard that dude's dad had passed away though. Like, he was pretty cool, that dude. He whenever I was taking Taekwondo and learning it and excelling in it and all that kind of stuff or whatever, the dude's dad was in our adult class, and he would have me like help him out and like bring a camcorder. Back then was camcorders and stuff, you know, video camera, and asked me to do like certain forms / patterns or whatever, and do the counting steps of them and stuff like that, and talk about how to do them and things, so that he can then go home and study and be better at it himself. I didn't mind at all. I would be up there. We did that like, you know, if you watch some of the old 80s or early 90s type martial arts shows.
OXNYX053 says, Bridge invite shortly.
Bridge invite shortly.
Arcanoloth says, well, clearly the female body inspectors have the larger remit, but the federal breast inspector exercises seniority on investigations involving breasts, as they are a federal official.
But we'd have like that, you know, when I was like, when I was taking Taekwondo, and we had found, which I've mentioned this before, we had, my sister and I, my mom said that she couldn't afford us to keep going, keep taking it because of the cost every month. So I agreed to like go there and clean up the place or whatever like that, like on weekends and stuff, you know, and help teach classes and stuff whenever the instructor wasn't there. So we had like a full-blown like a little martial arts, like you'd see in some of the movies, you know, like where they'd be cleaning the dojo or whatever, and or like practicing and having like I've got the power running on in the background. You're like, I've got the power.
OXNYX053 says, that last shirt compliment I got was NSA, your naked pictures are safe with us, complete with their logo.
Your naked pictures are safe with us.
Grievix says, wax on, wax off.
The waxer. Well, yeah, it was like a thing like that, you know, we'd go sweep, we'd mop, we'd like clean the floors or scrub them or whatever kind of shit, or just the usual cleanup thing that you would do once a week. And that helped me like sort of pay for oh, I'm under red alert. It would help my sister and I continue to take Taekwondo, you know, and just showing up there and practicing. And plus, since practicing, you know, it gives you more time taking it. That's how I kind of excelled a little faster than most of them did, because I was always interested in actually
OXNYX053 says, what bridge am I even on?
Oh my God, he wants to invite me to a bridge, but he doesn't know where.
Arcanoloth
creepy
says,
one under the stairs.
but it's a common misconception. Not all breast investigations involve the federal breast inspector. Normally the female body inspector can handle the routine cases. It's only when a case is extraordinarily large, such that the female body inspectors have their hands totally full,
You're making me
that they
think
call
of
in the federal breast inspector for backup.
what was that? Was it Robert something? stacks or
Murdoch
whatever.
says, you've been invited for a gay time on the bridge. OXNYX053 says, heck, I am ready to play, let's make a deal.
We'll join Larry on the bridge. I'm gonna do that in just a second whenever this kind of clears out. Cool, Malcolm Q. Malcolm got trip up to trip to go down. Oh my god. I've got the power. You really wanna got it. You really gotta have it.
OXNYX053 says, yeah, clear your zone for the reward.
It should be popping up anytime. Mona. Oh, okay, it already did. Okay. And accept. Plus, that was under red alert.
_of_Borg says, there, my stolen Federation bird of prey is complete.
Yes, your stolen Federation bird. Wait, Federation bird of prey?
OXNYX053 says, old school Fed rifle, then the Klingon pistol.
Little pea
Kurland
shooter.
_of_Borg says, I stole it from a sleeping Klingon during the war.
Sleeping Klingon. Gary? Where'd you get that thing at?
Kurland _of_Borg says, I believe the Klingon's name was Gary. OXNYX053 says, episode reward.
Okay.
Arcanoloth says, haha, that Tellarite is like, this isn't a tiny disruptor, I have big hands.
I have big hands. It's not my fault. Well, I've known the wind so cold. Oh, he's got a suit. I was wanting to make a Dr. Phil character one time, so I needed that kind of suit.
Kurland _of_Borg says, NA, he was given a noisy cricket from K. Arcanoloth says, anyone have a Kyogre wave disruptor? Arcanoloth says, TOS disruptor pistol is a bit larger than a noisy cricket, but stow scaling has same energy.
At least it's not like the scaling in Halo. Whenever you have like a weapon and you die and you drop it, it like gets twice as big.
OXNYX053 says, I have the completely not Chewbacca's gun.
Chewbacca? Oh, like a crossbow. That's cool. Where'd that come from?
OXNYX053 says, again, episode reward, this is Kobali Arc.
Oh. Hey, man.
Arcanoloth says, Chewbacca, RNNNNGHGHHH, Wada Wookiee. Arcanoloth says, now I need to rewatch Clerks.
Well, Clerks 3's coming out, right, eventually? Wow, look at that son of a bitch. Wowzer. Good God. It's like a plow or something. Look at it.
OXNYX053 says, this is the Nas Icon Sword Disruptor.
Damn. Holy shit, that thing's huge. Like you might fall down trying to hold that one. NASA can, NASA can't.
Arcanoloth says, Jay and Silent Bob reboot was more highly rated than the first Jay and Silent Bob film, if you can believe it.
Really? So people like the second
Arcanoloth
one?
says, Kevin Smith certainly has made some movies.
I'd have to say I agree. He certainly has.
Kurland_of_Borg says, Dogma was better, in my opinion.
I love Dogma. That was pretty cool.
OXNYX053 says, K13 would have rifles styled like that pistol. OXNYX053 says, or get a 2-3C drop. Arcanoloth says, first Clerks, Chasing Amy, Dogma, he had something to say. The rest has been him goofing off, and honestly, if that's how he wants to spend his time, good on him.
Like that, this pistol? The 22nd century Enterprise pistol? Archer. 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 Oh yeah? Well. Mm. I love the fact that that has like a spinning kick in it, because you know, Scott Bakula did that in Quantum Leap in one of those episodes. Larry. Hello, Larry. Oh, a front kick. Holy shit. Did not know you could do that.
OXNYX053 says, I love the mouth opening.
A mouth opening? Where the... He didn't run off again. Double axe handle. I didn't know you can actually do combos. So you just press 1. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. 2-1. 2-1. 1-2. 2-1. 2-1-1. 2-1-2. Front kick. Bitch slap. Okay. See, 2-1-2. Bitch slap. 2-1-2. Bitch slap. 2-1-2. 2-1-2. Bitch slap. Okay. Okay, alright, damn it. I'm under red alert when I did it.
Kurland_of_Borg says, Federation scum. Go home. You've had too much blood wine.
You have had too much blood wine. Recent episode of Lower Decks had the one-eyed Klingon guy. The hunt is well. Go back.
Kurland_of_Borg says, the one from DS9?
Yeah, that one-eyed Klingon. He's in the game too. Ah, damn it, I have it on the wrong thing.
OXNYX053 says, I think I've found a 23C Disruptor sniper rifle, rare, with KB3 unbound. OXNYX053 says, Murtok.
Murtok.
Kurland_of_Borg says, holy crap.
Holy crap, they killed Kenny, you bastards. You aspards. You astards. Oh, damn it.
Arcanoloth says, Asperger's.
Bob's Burgers. Bob's Asperger's. Asperger's. On the spectrum. Clay fighter. Clay fighter. Come and fight them if you
Arcanoloth
dare.
says, GD pork chop sandwiches.
Pork chop sandwiches. I've had it. I can't deny that.
Arcanoloth says, that's what we need. G.I. Joe sound alerts.
G.I. Joe. Find me him. I'll make him. He'll fight for freedom wherever there's trouble. G.I. Joe is there.
OXNYX053 says, I have a Type 3 and Type 4 phaser sniper rifle. They have the same visuals.
The same visuals. You see what you've done, Arcanoloth. Poor Ox is going to go through the whole damn game now looking for a Klingon-looking weapon.
OXNYX053 says, you need one that quotes Snake Eyes.
Just be a sound that goes ... A caption. There you go. A caption. Text caption that just pops up on the screen. Like a word bubble.
Kurland_of_Borg says, wait till he needs to find a Cardassian weapon.
Yep. Ox is gonna go through the whole game looking for one weapon. You've set him off on an adventure through time and space.
Arcanoloth says,
no one can
I feel
find.
like the KDF fleet ground weapons are the most TNG looking ones, maybe crafted. I dunno. Arcanoloth says, yeah, we need Cardassian ground weapons. OXNYX053 says, great quotes of Snake Eyes, that WA a great quote of Snake Eyes.
Snake Eyes. All you'd hear is sword. Damn it. Sword swiping. And like the wind from him kicking or something like that. Hell, we need an actual Cardassian story arc. I mean, technically there's one, but do you really interact with a lot of Cardassians in it? It's mostly like Bajor shit. Bajor. Bajor? Hey, one good thing about that Exo 6 or whatever coming out with the Archer figure, now people can play Quantum Leap at home. They can dress Archer up in all sorts of things. Barbie clothes. For those times when Sam looks into the mirror. That would be hilarious. If someone doesn't do that whenever they get that Archer figure, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Do a little Barbie leap-in type thing for Sam, for Scott Bakula's character there, but the Archer 12-inch, you know.
Arcanoloth says,
Oh
new
boy.
story arc, keeping up with the Kardashians. 20 seasons of Gul Dukat dealing with his Paraith in-laws. Garak shows up in the finale to clean up his mess and he shakes his fist and says Garay Aok and Garak taps his forehead and exits stage left.
See, that would be hilarious, right? Because I've said they need to make like a Klingon show, maybe a sitcom or something. But that would be funny, like a reality show based off of the Kardashians. That would be fucking hilarious. Hell, if the Foundry was still in the game, you could do it in here. Or, well, you can still sort of probably, but get people to do voice acting. Put that shit on YouTube. That'd be funny. Keeping up with the Kardashians. Kardashians, Part 1. The Bajorans are talking more about their wormhole aliens. Prophets this, the prophets that. When do we get our own thing? This episode, we beam to DS9 to talk to Benjamin Sisko about our plans. MC Wolfcat. Hey, how are you? What's up over there? Over yonder.
MC Wolfcat 1 says, hey hey.
Hey, hey.
Wolf 2 goof.
Hey,
Arcanoloth
hey.
says, nice.
Nice.
Kurland_of_Borg says, in this episode, we steal Sisko's baseball.
Still
MC
Cisco's
Wolfcat 1
baseball.
says, doing good. How's you today?
I'm doing pretty good.
Arcanoloth says,
Playing.
that Wilhelm scream is what I sound like when I get my balls caught in the car door.
Yay. $26. How goes it over yonder where you are, MC Wolfcat? How is the weather over there? I bless the rains down in Africa. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. It still is baseball. Oh, goodness gracious. Stuff. Shut my nerves and you right on my brain. Too much love drive a man insane. You broke my wheel, oh what a thrill. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Operations.
MC Wolfcat 1 says, weather is clear blue skies for the most part. But the Cape is getting a cold front this weekend which I may or may not feel in the week to come. depending on how the wind blows.
Anyway, the wind blows.
Arcanoloth says, I read an article about a dude that wants to lasso a glacier off Antarctica and drive it into South Africa. I'm like, we need more guys like this.
That's right.
MC Wolfcat1 says, hi at Arcanoloth at Kurland_of_Borg07.
Is he related to Elon Musk? Have the money for that?
Kurland_of_Borg says, at MC Wolfcat1 howdy.
Howdy. Howdy, partner. Howdy, partner. You partner. Hello there, partner. Space.
MC Wolfcat1 says, at Arcanoloth LUL.
That's right. He's going to take that whole thing and he's going to make it go there. That's for damn sure. I'm picturing Curly from Three Stooges running that big block of ice up those stairs, and by the time he gets up there, it's just a little tiny cube. Gravy. Defeat Vodwire Ground. Healing Ground. Destroy Borg ships. These aren't the Borg you're looking for.
Arcanoloth says, well, he is hoping to get SA to invest in his idea, and they said they are interested but it's too expensive for them so far, so they are praying for rain. We will see how that works out.
I wonder if they ever thought, like, okay, let's hook up a bunch of helicopters to a glacier that can be flown and hover, like, you know, above an area for so long, and the heat just make it like as if it's raining. I don't know. Probably not. The manpower behind that would be insane.
MC Wolfcat1 says, I saw you guys were talking about Garak earlier and it reminded me to ask you, Scorp. When you gonna add some Garak sound commands?
Garak. Look them up. Look up whatever you want. And link me.
OXNYX053 says, dropping large chunk of ice in warm areas was a suggestion to curb global warming in the 90s.
Yeah. Do it, look for like maybe a YouTube clip. And then, wait, we need to go to Kabali. Where am I going? And then do it in the sound suggestions thing. Dropping a large chunk. Well, what if, like, they flew it up there in one of the space shuttles or something and got it right where it would fall to Earth above a certain location. And as it fell, it started heating up and released into the atmosphere. And then stuff happens. Maybe it makes
MC
clouds.
Wolfcat1 says, alrighty.
Alrighty then. All lefty then. Lefty loosey, righty tighty. I blessed plants down in Africa. Okay.
Arcanoloth says, aiming Oort cloud objects at Mars has been proposed to terraform that planet. The obvious issue with doing that here on Earth is you are more likely to hit something that will piss people off.
Yeah. You know how people are. They get all edgy when you destroy shit. I can always throw something at the moon and get the aliens mad at us. Again. The aliens that are there that apparently hate us anyway. Because those pictures of alien cities on the backside of the moon is pretty fascinating to me.
Arcanoloth says, they hate us cause they ain't us.
They hate us because they ain't us. They have no anus? Anus? Rubber fist and anus. Rubber fist. You will put your rubber fist in my anus. You know, put your fist in my anus. It only makes sense. Fuck. Farted. Farted. I mean, here we are, people of the planet Earth. Decide, let's go visit the moon. Then we see stuff, we see people, we're like, oh crap, somebody's already here. Run away! And there's like pictures of the moon that NASA even has. It has these created structures. And it's what looks like an actual glob of city type stuff or whatever. Buildings and shit. Then you have that remote viewer guy that is well credited in the CIA to be like, you know, high within like high range of getting everything right. That apparently was told to
Arcanoloth
remote
says,
view the moon.
we're whalers on the moon. We're waving our harpoons.
Yodi hidey hody hady yaddy yaddy bye. And you see like the little the bubble type ships or whatever, the little white round things that are always around the moon when people zoom in with their telescopes and stuff, and it's like things just stop and kind of shoot one direction and go another way or whatever. Spaceship type shit. The Tic Tac ship. I wonder if we could, let's see, heal health. What do we have? We have shield fabricator, degenerator.
Arcanoloth says, weird shit, Captain.
Weird shit, that's right. I mean, like I was saying the other day, you know, about that Air Force or whatever guy it was that they, the Tic Tac thing, you know, what he calls a Tic Tac ship, the white Tic Tac that got on the radar. They went over to investigate and they were like 20 yards away from it, just it hovering in front of them. And then it shot straight up and disappeared, came back down, flew like within a blink of an eye, like several kilometers / miles away. They tracked it back down, and then it went underneath the water and stayed down there. And you can tell and look on that guy's face. And then they actually have the radar footage, you know, of them like spotting something and tracking it and how fast it's moving and all that shit. And those same objects are seen when people view the moon with their telescopes. Like just these round spherical type something's just there. And it's just amazing. Too much. Ooh, is this somebody? Let me help him out. I help them, they may help me. Nope, they're just running away. He got trapped. He's trying to figure it out. Africa. All right, let's go find Tusborg. Thanks for throwing the baseball, Crichton. Really like that. Thanks. I don't know why I need the baseball, but thanks. You know, I really appreciate that. Oh, we're getting too far away. Okay, where's she at? Where's she at? She's over here. Where's she at? You don't have to swear like that. She at. Where's she at? Bull she at. Bull butter. Bull butter. Hello, Vodwire. How are you? The Vodwire. Hello, Vodwire. I'm gonna set up a shield. Maybe that'll help us do it. Boom, 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 boom. Medical. Yeah, let's do the medical one. Medical. What is that? It is medical. Aha! Medical? Whose medical is that? It is my medical. My medical. Medical. Medical science. Holy hey, watch your language there. Watch your profanity.
Arcanoloth says, my dick hole.
Watch your profanity.
Arcanoloth says, whatever you do, do not put hot sauce in there.
Don't put hot sauce in there. Or another person. As seen on... If you have this ability to shrink yourself down to a tiny size and then shrink yourself up to a larger size, do not sneeze, whatever you do. And do not go into areas that you don't need to go into. What are we doing over here? Yeah. Medical. Fabricator. They've destroyed it. You bastards. You've killed my shields. Vodwire bastards. You've killed the sport. Oh, damn it.
Arcanoloth says, love that they are at that point in the writer's room where they say, what this season? Oh, let's look at Reddit. Oh, the news was right has a good post here.
Previously on, we have no idea what we're doing. Use the Schwartz Longstar? Use the Schwartz. May the Schwartz be with you.
Enemy targets uncensored. Personal shield losing power.
Crichton.
Flanking damage detected. Personal shield losing power.
His name is John Crichton, an astronaut radiation wave hit. He got shot through a wormhole. Now he's lost in some distant part of the universe. On a ship, a living ship full of strange alien life forms. Help me. Listen, please. Is there anybody out there can hear me? Being hunted by an insane military commander, doing everything I can. Just looking for a way home. La, 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 la.
Arcanoloth says, every single thread, circa Infinity War, people would post Marvel news to Reddit, and that one dude was in every thread saying, what if Ant-Man climbs inside Thanos' ass and expands? Bam, problem solved, let's get tacos. Arcanoloth says, and it was always the top upvoted comment.
Fans answered everything. Put Ant-Man in his ass. That would be hilarious. I caught y'all trying to play video games over here.
Enemy targets uncensored.
Make a believe I'm everywhere. Monsieur, fix it. Monsieur, fix it. Sneak up on him, Crichton. You get him there, Crichton. You do a good job at Crichton. Yeah, you cretin. Crichton, you cretin. Alright, we need some damage, alright? Kaboom and stuff. Kaboom! Fire.
OXNYX053 says, Beta Beta B. Hey Crichton, how do you figure that? Beta Beta B.
Bitty bitty bitty.
Try to beat me aboard on my signal.
Bitty bitty bitty. Hello, Buck. You son of a bitch.
Arcanoloth says, speaking of which, we need Mac and me.
Mac and me. My god. Oh, what was a picture of him flipping people off or what? The father figure? Oh, come on. I just need a little bit more gas here. Give me more gas. Yeah, give me some more gas. Yeah, come here, give me some more gas. That's right, give me some more gas over here. Give me some more gas. We got it, we got some more gas over here. We got some more gas. Mac and me. Like video of him like walking around whistling or Mac and me. How there? Waddling back and forth like uncontrollably. Fire. Fire. Spock, fire. Bring me aboard. Bring me aboard. Mister? Here.
Arcanoloth says, oh man, they're making a Weird Al movie with Daniel Radcliffe.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw a picture or something like that somewhere and I couldn't figure out what the hell it was about. Weird Al yanking a bit. Just a little bit. Not much, just a little bit. Yank it, Weird Al of it. Life is like a hurricane here in Duckburg. Targ. Siberian solar system. Hello. The situation is grim. I have one for you.
OXNYX053 says, weirder than the one he had guns bolted to his hands?
Guns bolted to his hands. Swiss Army guy. Daniel Radcliffe. Harry Potter! Hello there, Harry Potter. Hello.
Arcanoloth says, that was a great film.
Bolted to his hands.
Scanning the nanite.
Fire.
Gun. Additional data is available.
Fire. Oh, dude, they were talking about this. This one side over here is like unprotected for some damn reason. Yeah. So the other side's protected by the little bubbles, but they aren't over here, so you can attack these first while everybody's attacking the cubes. It's broken.
Stop them.
You're in the transporter. Stop them, boo. Fire. Fire, Mr. Fire. Fire. Destroy these Klingons. These are Borg, sir.
Closing in on a transformer.
Damn Klingons.
Destroy it.
Fire. Dun, 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 dun. Cookie. Cookies and onions. Yuck. Yuck. Right?
Probe is closing in on a transformer. Destroy it.
No. Why would I want to destroy it? I want to keep it. I want to destroy you. Mister.
Probe is repairing a transformer. Destroy it. Quickly.
You destroy it, mister. I'll lay back here. We can go round and around the world on a merry-go-round. Balls to the walls, boys. Fire. In range. Come on, come on. Hull integrity below 75%. Hull integrity.
Probe is closing in on a transformer. Destroy it.
If you don't know by now, I'm not trying to actually proceed with this whole thing. I'm trying to just destroy some ships. And I died anyway.
A probe is closing in on a transformer. Destroy it.
Dude! I died. No. No, 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 no. Underscore. There we go. Whoa, man, they're juggling. What the hell? Weird.
Probe is closing in on a transformer. Destroy it.
Weird science. Something like a recipe. Bits and pieces and the magic from my hand will make it weird science. Plastic tubes and pots and pans. You're gonna lower your shit and prepare to be boarded, okay? Lower your shields and prepare to be boarded, you bastard. Sometimes it's just easier to click a damn mouse. Target shields have failed. Keep farting, keep sniffing. Sometimes those onions don't go down well. For sure, that's what peace and fire. Pee and farting, pee and farting, pee and farting, pee and farting. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooga chaga, ooga, ooga, ooga chaga, ooga, ooga, ooga chaga. Hooked on a feeling. I'm tired of believing that you're in love with me. Oh, I was wondering what the hell was going on. I didn't see it. They're exploding. So. Okay, is there like a one missing or where the hell, man? Oh. Okay. Okay.
We will add your technological and biological distinctiveness to our own.
Whale, isn't that interesting? I kinda did, Cotton. We kinda did. No more Cotton. Hey, Cotton.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
From this time forward, your culture will adapt to service ours.
A disembodied Borg. Run away, run away. Depart system won't let him depart. Wow. Well, cat shit and onions. That'd probably be a penalty or some shit. No, wow. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my. Ow. Hey! Oh! Tequila. Oh, oh, oh. Turtle power. They are the world's most fearsome fighting team. They're heroes in a half shell in the green when the evil Shredder attacks. Fearsome boys don't cut them no slack. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, heroes in a sewer pond. Turd hole power.
We will add your technological and biological distinctiveness to our own.
Fire.
Scanning the nanite transformer. Gun.
Good.
Additional data.
Oh, this one's gonna work. It's not bugged.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
The other one didn't have, like, protection over there or some shit. Or something. Or something. There's someone on the wing. Something out there.
Repair the transformers. Stop them.
Stop them from doing that thing they do. Let's get critical, critical. I wanna kill him critically, critical.
Probe is closing in on a transporter. Destroy it.
Destroy the probe of the transporter, sure. But you know what? I won't do that for you. You know why? Chicken die, bub.
A probe is closing in on a transporter. Destroy it.
Destroy the transporter. Yes. It's Optimus Prime, though, dude. Where's Megatron?
Lower your shields and prepare to be boarded.
Pantsformers. Kaboom, Captain. Then all of a sudden, the big boy cube goes, "Hey, everybody, here I am. I'd like to thank everybody for showing up over here and trying to destroy me. I mean, I'm pretty strong. I'm pretty strong over here, so if you try to destroy me, I'm always going to win. Because I'm special." Captain. Five.
Your defensive capabilities are unable to withstand us. Lower your shields. And
Lower your
await
shit.
escalation.
Lower your shit and let's come on board. My shit. Mm-hmm. Captain. 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 Mister. Hey, how's he doing that? You may think that it's easy to do that. You'd be wrong. Because if you step wrong, you fall through. And you're back down here again. Spend that perk, it says. Shields. Gotta go for shields. Captain. 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 Ahead warp factor none, sir. Oh, dude, I forgot all about that stuff. Crackers on acid, I'll tell you. Crackers on acid. Damn it, I did not mean to do that. I got click happy. Okay, events, let's unpack. I think I forgot to do this yesterday. Some pack lightning, very, very frightening me, Galileo. Doing. Mister? You can't stop here. Don't stop believing. Don't stop bleeding. Unless you've got a cut on your face. Whoa, whoa. Bye. Yeah?
Arcanoloth
Yeah?
says, "Don't stop, Happy Bean."
Yeah? Yeah? What's that? Yeah? The meaning of life, you say? Yeah? We're looking up at the sky? What are we talking about here? Huh? I got an itch right here. Hold on a second. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Oh, that feels better. That feels better. Whoop, it's back again. There we go. Hold on. It's over here now. There we go. Alright. Yeah. Your philosophy guy is really wild, man. Really, really wild. I mean, I don't know what to think of it, you know. You got so many of these ideas. Oh, hold on. Let me see. There we go. There we go. Get over there. There we go. Yeah. Oh, jump back over here now.
Levant.
OXNYX053 says, Ideas.
Ideas. What are we, Australian? It's like a golden rule if you're Australian and if anything ends in a vowel, you add the letter R after it when you're speaking. Hello there. Hello. Chiana. Dargo.
Prepare for the battle. Begin with a skirmish against
A skirmish. He looks a little skirmish. I don't know. I think it's after A. Not the whole, you know, vowel set or anything like that. Just A. Car Dargo. Zan. Pauzoa Zan. Pauzoath. Crace. Barbecue. Toilet. Car.
Make ready, warrior. The lightning round begins now.
Or was that just Anthony Simcoe's way of speaking Australian? Because he's Australian. For beer! Australia's a pretty cool people. Ride that horsey down to town. Ride that horsey. Oh my god, it hurts. Oh my god, that hurts so much. Oh my god, I landed right there. Right there of all places. If I ran around in circles, it will go in circles. Yeah.
We shall see how you fare against our enemy.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away?
Murdoch says, presented by Legion by Lenovo.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. Ew, nasty. You wanna be where you can see. Nasty. They're always glad you came. Oh, hey, ho. Get this shit out of here. Get this crap out of the water. Oh, that lifted, didn't it? It shut off. Look at that. It shut off. Gotta love physics. Alley-oop, mister. Alley-oop, mister.
Arcanoloth says, I'm always glad I came. Arcanoloth says, is anyone ever not glad they came?
I'm not glad they came. Tell that to you know who. Points over to the other tape.
Murdoch says, you're playing on a Lenovo?
A who? What is no. I'm
Murdoch
playing on
says,
a piece of shit.
my work laptop is a Lenovo.
I'm not playing on anything like that. I'm playing on a piece of shit. Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away?
Arcanoloth says, submissives maybe, their DOM told them not to come and they came anyway. Better luck next time.
Better luck next time. Came anyway just now.
OXNYX053 says, I almost bought a Lenovo this weekend.
Lenovo. The hell is that?
Fought with honor.
You fought with honor. You're a bastard, mister. You fought with honor. It's better to fight with honor than with honor. I saw that. You weren't slain dead. You were standing up. I'm gonna watch you. Lieutenant Dan said I was nuts.
Murdoch
see.
says, LOL, but on your stream bottom left under the resubscribe it says presented by Legion by Lenovo LOL.
Oh, I have no idea. That's just some of that Twitch shit, probably. NBC, because I'll contribute that. Fleet Marks, I'll contribute that. I'm not gonna do any of that shit. Okay, so here. Love can touch just one time and last for a lifetime. That is how I know you. Go near, far sighted, wherever you are sighted.
Arcanoloth says, it does not say that on my screen. Daily reminder that alternate HTML5 player for Twitch extension exists.
There you go. There you go. Fairly well. Fairly well, my faithful friend. Going to Louisiana for to see my Susiana playing
Murdoch
Polly Wolly
says,
Doodle all
oh,
the
it
day.
was some Celebrate September thing.
Fairly well. Fairly well. Fairly well, my faithful boobies. 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 That's Optimus Prime saying boobies.
Murdoch says, I got all depressed there all of a sudden.
Why? Well, I thought you get depressed, Murdoch's me, Grimlock, not like that.
Murdoch says, smoking some herb to make it better. Arcanoloth says, celebrate September by placing your balls in a meat grinder while Jeffy B offers your girl a helicopter
September.
ride back to his Dutch yacht.
Ooh. Oh my. Oh my. Oh no, Captain, no. You ain't got to say a word, just flip him the bird and keep moving. He's a criminal. A crinonymum. A chrysanthemum. A chrysanthemum. Because every time you write a rhyme, people think it's a crime. Tell him on mine. He don't have to say words. Flip him bird. Oh, let me look at the exchange. Yep, still nothing today. How about those apples? I think I will donate. So. And I want to get this fleet up too. I want to get it another level. Weird Al, swing low, sweet sandwiches, coming fast to carry me home. Rufflecopter, roll on the floor. Roll OTF. ROTF copter. Maybe. I don't know. I knew the rules. I knew what I was supposed to do, but I didn't.
Arcanoloth says, applesauce bitch, Matt Damon in Good Will Hunting 2, Hunting season.
Hunting season?
Murdoch says, oh maybe I will watch Samaritan.
Yeah, you watch Samaritan. Watch, Sly Stallone, doing his thing or something, you know? Watch him, fight against a door. I'm gonna fight against a rock. Or maybe somebody's face. You never know, you know?
My Rafflecopter goes swa 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 swa
Murdoch
swa
says,
swa.
applesauce is good, haven't had that in a long time.
I have some applesauce sitting right next to me right now.
Arcanoloth
Mott's
says,
applesauce.
watch Hollywood actresses rub Bezos' head for good luck.
Bezos' head?
OXNYX053 says, at Murdoch's thank you. Arcanoloth says, boy I hope their career takes off. Murdoch says, or maybe Elvis is out for rent.
Elvis. You can YouTube it. It's out there.
Arcanoloth says, Elvis is on streaming.
Yeah. I think I watched it. Oh, let it be your teddy bear.
Congratulations!
I don't want to be lonely, 'cause I don't have no junk. I watched a video clip of just audio of Elvis sitting like in his recording booth thing or whatever, swearing, forgetting lyrics and just coming up with stuff and using the F word. It was pretty awesome.
Murdoch says, meh in low res.
Meh? Why low res? What I watched was not low res. It was like 720p or whatever. Captain.
Murdoch says, I haven't checked out the new letter. Arcanoloth
Lord of the
says,
Rings.
low res? Are you watching on a potato?
Potato TV. Potato.
Arcanoloth says, I gotta watch Rings of Power.
Pings of Rowler. You gotta have more cowbell. Fire. Gary the Klingon, king of the wild spaceship. Klingon.
Arcanoloth says, I do not care about Hot D. They burned me once with thrones, never again.
Dun 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 dun. Hot damn! I like my chili hot. I like my chili so. Hello, nurse. Hello, jellyfish. How are you doing, jellyfish?
Shields and prepare to be boarded.
Prepare to be boarded. I'm Tomboy Dan. We'll leave the light on for you. Like that whole, I just, in my head, popped up a random memory.
Murdoch says, they had to put a black elf in it.
Black elf? What? One day at work, someone was talking about like having some sort of a pain somewhere or whatever like that, and I told him, I said what it could be or whatever.
Arcanoloth says,
and they were like, what, are you a doctor? And I said, no, but I play one on TV.
We are Borg. Surrender your vessel and prepare for assimilation.
Ass in my
Murdoch says, sorry I like my elves white lol.
Elves?
Arcanoloth says, I mean, that's honest.
Elves and what? What are you talking about, elves? What? Elves? Elves.
Arcanoloth says, shitty but it is honest.
Shitty honest? Alright. I confused. Hey, confused kitten. I don't know what you're talking about, kitten.
Lower your shields.
Lower your shit. You are lower your shit and prepare to be boarded.
Murdoch says, it's not though. I mean if you're making a movie you don't need white motherfuckers in Black Panther movie.
Ah! Aha! When is the final Black Panther coming out? I mean, I know dude died and all that, but then weren't they like gonna continue
Arcanoloth
it?
says, I'll grant that Tolkien set out to write a mythology for English people, but he never explicitly said dark people are evils only, and spent a great deal of time agonizing over a fan letter asking if orcs could be good or were they born that way. Arcanoloth says, Black Panthers were a historical event.
Yeah, but
Arcanoloth says, Tolkien's Legendarium is fantasy.
I mean, you know, the Marvel.
Murdoch
Black
says,
Panther.
yeah, but it's all Hollywood, it is what it is.
It's all part of his rock and roll fantasy. It's all part of his rock and roll dream. It's all part.
Arcanoloth says, and Tolkien was legendary for being short with people that tried to nail him down to details. He would change stuff specifically to annoy those people.
A peephole.
As a licensed product of Quark Enterprises.
Peephole.
OXNYX053 says, Undercover Brother had Neil Patrick Harris playing the diversity hire token white guy.
It's all part.
Murdoch says, I just don't like the Hollywood is these days, too tired to get into it. Arcanoloth says, so if he was alive and you told him they made a show, head shrug, and say it won't be the same as his books, but he hopes it's a good story.
The never-ending story. Turn around. Look at what you see in your face. Dude, fleet marks are what I need. I need them. Yes, Pinky. You need them, Pinky. You need them as much as I need you, Pinky. So you're thinking traditional Hollywood type stuff? Oh, there we are. Dilithium, mister. Dilithium, just now. Oh, just now, dilithium, just now. Okay. No upgrades available. Oh no! No, it won't upgrade available. Bleep. Let's see. Completed. Yep.
OXNYX053 says, invite to fleet. I've got some fleet marks.
You'll have fleet marks. Oh yeah, you said something about re-rolling. Dude, I would not do that to you. No, I need to get those. That's my responsibility.
Arcanoloth says, Tolkien is just far enough in the past that he probably had some colonial opinions we wouldn't recognize, but he lived long enough to get letters from the Nazis praising his mythology of white people only, and he said, oh no, oh fuck, oh these people are gross, how can I tell them off so they never mail me again?
And he sent a bagged turd to Hitler that next day.
OXNYX053 says, VE got 5,360 fleet marks.
Holy shnikes. No, I wouldn't want to, like, I don't know. What are you doing with new character? Are you like, is this just a character? I wouldn't want you to waste your stuff in Gary's fleet, because you've already got like 2 people in the fleet.
OXNYX053 says,
Invert me.
Invert.
Invert. Okay. You have been inverted. Short. 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 That's funny, dude. Short. Short. It's making me laugh more and more. Yeah. Short. Yeah. Dude, you come up with the funny names, man. Short. Short.
Arcanoloth says, so it's probably a good thing Tolkien is dead, cause if he knew a company like Amazon was the one making a show based on his ideas, and the chief thing fans were asking was who, boy, I sure hope there's no darkies in my Snow White fantasy story. He would not like any of that.
It's all part of the rock and roll fantasy. It's all part of his rock and roll Dwayne. Oh. Beam up. Starbase. Wasn't it like got so far what was it to get to engineering people? Engineer. I hear an engineer come. No, I must go, you damn bastard. Hey, yeah. Okay, now what was I doing? Shit. Bar Stace. Because it was here. Common Fleet Engineering Officers. I was wanting to see if that unlocked. So, like, here we are. We're here. We're going to go to the fleet base. And kaboom, shazzle-lazzle.
OXNYX053 says, as a now former tabletop RPG player, I am okay with any appearance or racial flavor they want to give non-humans.
Non-humans. Yeah, there's like no specific thing that they can be. I know that like Doc, you know, like certain characters that have been created over the years are expected to be a certain type only, you know. No changes here or there, but they've been doing that. I mean, like, you know, with the Flash and whatever, Iris West Allen, you know.
OXNYX053 says, I do not care, just tell me a good story, or make the freaking game fun.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole thing, like, with a lot of stuff, you know. Even, we can go to the whole thing of, like, Doctor Who. They made the Doctor a female. I'm okay with that. Just give me a good story, you know? And the story sucked ass, so that's why. It had nothing to do with her being female. It just had a lot to do with the guy running the damn show writing a piece of shit. But same goes, like,
says,
you know, with other
I like fantasy because anything can happen, but it's disappointing to me how narrow some people's imaginations are. Like a wizard can cast fireball, but the fighter better not do any superhuman feats of strength because that's weeboo anime bullshit. Arcanoloth says, at Oxnix053.
Oh man, it's still tier 1. They had to like do something to make it like upgradable. Oh, I probably have to do the Industrial Fabricator 2 to make that one work, right? Yeah. Okay. Alright. Yeah, here we are. To make the engineers show up. Do 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 do. The shipyard makes the tacticals. So of the fleet, what does it average? About engineering, mostly? Ooh. I have some science, Captain. Yeah. So mostly with that is engineering. That would be science. Red is tactical. So to upgrade, I don't need tactical mostly. Right? 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 I don't need it. So this shipyard, what does it take? It's basically the same shit, right? Security officers. Hmm.
Murdoch says, I understand what you're saying, Arcanoloth, but I admit there is a part of me that doesn't care. I prefer the original vision and have no issue with an all-white cast. Hollywood does these days.
It's all part of their marketing strategy. It's all part of their demographic view. I don't know. Like, what do I need? Okay. Is shipyard does ships, so that's important. So that'd be a good idea. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that selected. Then industrial, so that like this becomes tier 2, that becomes tier 2, and then that's like doing something. All right, we good. I am going to shut her down for the night because I have to get up early tomorrow.
Arcanoloth says, at Murdoch's the original vision is the problem. Tolkien was trying to create a mythology, and mythology is often fractured and contradictory. If you come at this with the idea of a singular canon like the Catholic Church, you are missing the point that Tolkien was going for by a country mile.
That any fictitious, what is it? What do we call that? Fictitious / fantasy
Murdoch
entity
says,
can be played by
I woke
anyone.
in a bad mood today. The girl that was kidnapped in Tennessee I thought was racially motivated, which it still may be. She is probably dead.
Dun dun dun. But yeah, anyone can play any race or whatever.
OXNYX053 says, when Marvel made Nick Fury not wit for the MCU, I went okay, and moved on. Completely not canon, but I can work with that. Besides, Samuel Jackson owned that role. Arcanoloth
Yes, he
says,
did.
Tolkien hated those people who said, but earlier you said his hair was black, and now you said it's blonde, and he cursed those people.
I agree that Samuel L. Jackson owned that role. He still has it too. What is that? What was it? One of the movies he's on a ship or something. Is that where Hulk's going? If anybody's watched She-Hulk. That seems like because Hulk is going out into space. I'm gonna spoil it. And one of the She-Hulk episodes, Hulk is in space on a spaceship calling her, so he's off planet doing something. Duh. But and Nick Fury's already
Murdoch
doing
says, well, guess he hates me then. Good point.
But he smells fresh cut bread and butter. But yeah, any like fantasy types or whatever like that, or characters that are created can be played by any one person, whether they be white, black, or anything. I mean, it's not just because it's in our eyes a certain way doesn't mean it can't be changed or shouldn't be tried and tested. I like I was saying earlier, whenever the Flash came out, Candice Patton that plays Iris on there, she's black, but everybody was assuming that Iris needed to be a white girl, redheaded white girl, or whatever, like from the comics or TV show, whatever. But Candice owned the role. I mean, I had no issue when I first started watching that, thinking, okay, this is Iris. It's not the same Iris, but it's an Iris, and let's see how she does with it. Not the fact that she was like what color she was. I wanted to see how she portrayed Iris, and it works. It worked. I mean, the whole show is like going to shit, but still, I mean, they do their job, and story-wise, it's Flash story. It's not the actors.
Arcanoloth says, exactly, art is art, and Nimoy used to respond to fans that would nitpick Star Trek with open your mind and ask, where does Star Trek want to take me today?
Yeah. I mean, I'm getting a kick out of like Lower Decks and stuff. That's the characters on there. I mean, but yeah, I mean, like I was saying, the Flash. I mean, it's not the the characters or actors or anything. It's the show's writers that's making it so it's like unbearable to watch.
Arcanoloth
these days.
says, Lower Decks is my jam.
Yeah, I admit at first I did not really like Lower Decks as much as everyone.
OXNYX053 says, the Tame rounds being black for Teen Titans? Not canon. But hey, they did both, so they kept
Titans.
continuity.
Yeah, now they have the multiverse. Anybody can be anybody on those things. I mean, they even had ideas for what is it, James Bond? You know, putting a black guy in there. I said, well, do it. Let's just have some good Bond shit. You know, one person can't play Bond forever, so they always change him up. So let's see how well new guy does. They're talking about Doctor Who, making him a black guy. You know, all this time he's been portrayed with the white actor, female actor. You know, let's make him black. Let's see what happens. I'm there for the story. Make the damn story, and I'll watch it. It doesn't matter what color people are. I want to watch the damn story. Yeah. That's just my view.
OXNYX053 says, Spider-Verse. There is Spider-Pig. Who know The Simpsons was right.
Yeah, being around that long, they have to be right about something eventually, right? Like the
Arcanoloth says, I fell off hard on Who, but that's a great example where white dudes had a great run. Let someone else have a turn.
Yeah. Like I was saying, you know, Jodie Whittaker, she got cast, you know, female doctor. I did not have a problem with that at all. I thought, okay, let's see how this goes. I mean, it's bound to be pretty cool because it's a different take on the doctor. It's only that Chibnall guy, or Chinballs, whatever you want to call him, wrote such shit that nobody gave a damn about it. And she did a fantastic job. I mean, the first episode just had me like, oh yeah, this is gonna be awesome. But then it kind of just sidetracked with the whole retconning the Doctor Who legacy of him already being able to, like, you know, regenerate before, and he wasn't a Time Lord to do it. That's the whole point. It's like he was a Time Lord, and they came up with that. It's not like, you know, he came from a parallel, like, different universe or whatever like that, and already regenerated like hundreds of times for an experiment. And then they thought, okay, let's extract this and put this in this new, in these people to make them Time Lords. I mean, they became Time Lords by looking into the time, like the vortex, right? And that gave them like the two hearts or whatever, because not all Gallifreyans have two hearts. It's just it's supposed to be just the Time Lords of the Gallifreyan people, but now it may be that they all have it. Who knows?
Murdoch says, to me, specific to Lord of the Rings, it's sort of a sacred thing, and what makes it good is that it wasn't so Hollywood but a creation outside of the system, granted a different time. Just not into the woke bullshit.
Yeah, I mean that's a one difference thing too. I mean, the whole woke or fake woke or whatever it is, and the canceling thing is so stupid. I say let shit play through and see what happens. I'm not pro or con. I'm just neutral. I'm right in the middle, just wanting something good to watch. Give me something there. I mean, if it's already been established that this is
OXNYX053 says, and there was a limit to Riggins. But that rift did something to reset or increase them.
Right. Yeah, the Time Lords or whatever can like grant the other, like the council can grant other Time Lords another set of regenerations.
Arcanoloth says, I will grant that Tolkien's son kept that estate out of Corpo's hands until his 90s, but he had to retire and step back from the board, and then they sold to Amazon.
I mean, if it's already been established in some sort of series that this is how this race, elven race or whatever, looks, yes, keep to its own thing or whatever, or, you know, maybe it's part that we haven't seen, you know, it could be anything. I mean,
Murdoch says, I will still enjoy it to some degree.
It's like, say there's other alien worlds portrayed in and television and all that kind of stuff, and you know, you expect this planet to only have like, say, blue people, but it also has like, you know, black and white, Asian, all this kind of stuff. I mean, but off this one planet or whatever, where the situation is like the evolutionary scale is different, they shouldn't even look like that. You know, there shouldn't even be white people, kind of thing. You know, but they do what they do because they can create whatever they want, and
Arcanoloth
know?
says, all we can ask is they do a better job than Game of Thrones, and I would respectfully suggest that if your metric for quality is are there black people in my medieval fantasy, then you aren't exactly optimizing for avoiding another Thrones disaster, in which case, good luck with whatever the hell you are doing. OXNYX053 says, keep the Sylvan outfits concepts, mithril and leather. Silks. Not breastplate.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, Game of Thrones, that was it ended badly. It was just, I didn't expect that. Anyway, it's almost 2 a.m. here.
Murdoch says, like I said, my statement was only to LOTR, not much anything else.
Yeah, it's once you establish a certain thing in like a franchise or something like that.
GG.
You expect it to be that same thing. If Amazon's going off of like Peter Jackson,
OXNYX053 says, watching an elf in field plate? I'm done.
if they're going off of Peter Jackson's version of Lord of the Rings, then stick with that version. But if they're going a different route, or you know, something not seen on screen, do whatever you want with it.
Wolfcat1 says, have a good one Scorpy07.
Yeah.
Murdoch says, but if I was watching a gangsta movie set in Harlem, I need brothers to play the parts. Is it stereotyping? Maybe, but does it also make sense? Yet. MC Wolfcat1 says, also hi at Oxnix053 Wolf2 Lava Coffee.
Lava Coffee. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're gonna like have a period set thing,
Arcanoloth says, Peter Jackson's films were well liked, so they are not going to go too far afield of that visual language yet.
Yeah, if you're gonna go for like a type of how things were at certain times in history, yeah, you need to be accurate. So that'd be a thing. But we don't know all of the history.
OXNYX053 says, unless he is bitching their ass off in the poshest way possible the entire time and they are hiding that they are an elf. Murdoch says, it will be fine, like I said, grumpy today, sorry.
No probs.
OXNYX053 says, howdy.
It'd be fine.
At MC Wolfcat1.
Anyway, I'm going to end this. And we're going to play a red shirt death, because red shirts dying is fun.
Arcanoloth says, at Murdoch's again, period historical is one thing, fantasy is another thing, deliberately confusing the two to make a racial argument is interesting.
Interesting, Captain. Well, they stabbed one of those guys with a dart. It's just that damn scene is so funny, though.
Streamlabs says, hate what you see? Please consider unfollowing and not renewing a subscription.
Unfollow's not a command, sir.
OXNYX053 says, and I am going to go do the household laundry. After all, it is 3 a.m. here. Laundry time.
Laundry time. You have a weird laundry time. I have that same kind of thing, though. It's at night in the morning. Alrighty, everybody. Let's all have a good evening. Damn, I wish it was raining. The lightning was pretty today night. Okay. Well, good night, everybody. Good night, MC Wolfcat. Or good morning, MC Wolfcat. Good mid-morning to you over there, and blessing the rains
Murdoch
in Africa.
says, but things are sort of set though, and I would argue that the lore is based on real-life history, a fantasy version but tied into early history.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Lord of the Rings could have been a real thing way back in the day. We just don't know because the history of it's been lost, told down the centuries. And what we think is fantasy was actually reality at one point. The Earth holds a lot of secrets that we don't know, that it's been through. Things it's seen that it can't even describe because it would be beyond us to imagine. Anyway, take care, everybody. Good night. Peace out.